I'd rather do it myself, to be honest.
Andy
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Good morning to you, Dzień dobry, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It's frozen. As we get ready for day 3, the final day of this Euro T20 Cup in Warsaw, Poland. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. And we've essentially got a de facto semi-final to start the day with 2 teams tied for second place right now, Iceland and Latvia. Whoever does finish in second place will take on Poland in the final later in the day. Poland going undefeated and finishing top of the table. So it's going to be a really interesting game because both these teams, there's really not much between them, even on net run rate. But essentially, who wins this? Ray will finish second. Whoever doesn't win, they will finish third. And really, you couldn't have set it up any better. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Just took a few final running repairs. Bit of rain overnight, I've got to say, though, in Warsaw. Currently, it's holding off. 16 degrees, expecting the maximum temperature of 21.
Just check,
obviously,
I think
the weather has just caused a few technical issues, which means we don't have the picture up just yet, but hopefully it will be up shortly. Morning to Chris Anderson. Good to have you with us. Hello. It wouldn't be too long. Well done to Lucky behind the scenes as well. Everyone's been so helpful to us here as well. We've got Urvish Patel opening up with Shiva Mirage for Latvia. So it's basically sudden death for these two teams. One of them will survive to the afternoon and keep their Euro T20 Cup alive. Neither team's ever won the trophy either. So it's going to be elation or heartbreak. One or the other has bowler number 10, Bandara. 10. Dushan Bandara, the left armour.
Wrong ball, I think. It's the wrong baller's graphic is showing.
Number
This
10,
is
mate.
Dushan
10,
Bandara.
10, 10.
Dushan Bandara.
So, Ken and both that. Make it a ball at some point. I don't think it'll be long just now.
You okay to start there?
Yeah.
Do you need me to change it or not? You
No,
good?
no, done.
Okay, cool. Go for it.
Mic's not
All right.
working. Vinny, mic not working.
Can you hear me? Is there a big on-off switch that we're missing again?
Vinny, mic not working, and Vinny getting picked up by another mic.
That is fine.
Shake, rattle, and roll. We get start with match number 6. Same as yesterday. When that happened.
Check now.
Urvish Patel pushes and runs, and there's the first run of the day.
The death overs will start.
Number 6. Number 6.
Can you hear it from now? Can you speak? It's okay, it's okay.
Just check the screen with
Bandara to Rajput given the opening job. Nicely played off the back foot. Should get a couple here, and they do. Fernando behind the stumps for Iceland.
Fine. Did you feel okay?
We've got some slight audio issues at the moment, but let us know if I go
It
missing
was
at any
on,
point.
but
It's
he
not
said
ideal.
it's like getting
But
echo,
we'll
and also
work on the
another
setup.
thing is picking up. So I removed another one input that yesterday we added.
Patel pushes. It's 2 here. That's very good running from Latvia. Squeeze every run in this opening.
Yeah, but after that we get the 4th one from the up. The microphone. Yeah. Okay.
Patel pushes.
Into the left. To the left. Laptop. Yeah.
Rolling by Bandara.
At the beginning
Across the
I
right hand of
checked
Urvish
it was
Patel.
all okay. When Aja get flipped up, I don't know.
Yeah, take us to the end of the first over. It is 6 without loss.
Just a minute. Yeah, yeah. No, not USB-C. It's USB. It's HDMI. It's HDMI. This is a perfect. No, that's no, sorry, just wait. It's this screen. No, that's this screen. HDMI. Wait, there's like pictures I'm going to show you. Yeah, broadcaster is a USB-C cable. Yeah, broadcaster. Yeah. USB-C, it's to the anchor. Yeah. 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 It's in 10 Gbps. I will send you a picture.
Which input did you put?
But this is working on it.
So probably putting this, the microphone
Dot
on
four
the
so
computer.
far?
Is the,
Okay.
Is that 2 dots?
Gotcha.
Just score another dot out.
It might be the
Yeah.
laptop voice is bigger.
Still, just so I was on standby for it. Dot 4 so far?
You've just selected
Is that
the
two
middle.
dots?
Okay.
You selected the microphone on the instead of
Just score another dot out. Just so I was on standby for it.
Yep. It's done. Middle. Yeah. Yeah. So broadcast is going on. Yeah, AJ is stripped out for
Yeah.
broadcast is connected.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, AJ is goes back. James, I had to reboot it back again. It's frozen. Yeah. Okay. See, see. It's the wrong one that we were using. Yeah. Yeah, this is the one is for the one that I'm using for the one. Not on long one. It was long one with the using. Long cable. Instrument here. And next. No, nothing on to the next of the schedule. It's the center.
Come around quickly, so we get time getting going here.
Some people. So I will plug the broadcast also to the anchor. Sorry, broadcast is already. Sorry, it's already on anchor. Sorry. No, it's already connected to anchor. You want me to connect it to the laptop? Yeah, no. Sorry, broadcast is already. Another cable, right? It's right on the head and the cable, and use that one to the broadcast USB-C port and USB port to the laptop. No, no. USB port to the laptop, USB-C to the broadcaster. Yeah, major than that. Okay. Yes, no, I got it. Next stage, laptop used to have a trip off. So, is there anything that we can get rid from the other cables? I just put the charger to the laptop. USB cable. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. On the left hand side. Yeah, sorry, yeah, yeah. Right. Uh-huh. So, I think more or less, if we talk, anchor now. Nothing on the laptop. Yeah, mouse and keyboard both are in anchor.
I'm doing that now as well. Well, that's all hard. Imagine if we had a system. Well, you back in the old days.
How we can communicate? You like not your mouth like okay. And I'm talking to you. Yeah. And also there's gonna solve it. Yeah. So USB cable and the right hand side. No, we don't have enough long cable for that. So it's just going to be as a phone. No, can I get a lever? That's from to the other side. So that's why I was trying here. Yes, yes. Give me a moment, I will set up my cables. I will move it and I will get to the near. Reading? I have to be something there. Just
I'll hold this so you just grab whatever you want to grab.
Testing. Testing one, two.
Unmute.
It's unmuted.
It's unmuted, James.
222. Testing, testing, testing. Hello. What do you guys?
Yeah, 1 second, I need to do something.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Hello. 50-50 match. 222. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hello. Iceland ahead. 51 to 49. This is four here.
So the moment the edger is keeping shift off because it's usually happening within a minute and a half. Okay. Just take it to
Hello. Testing.
okay. Okay, James, thanks. People, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, right? No, okay. Okay.
Oh, should be good, Al.
Hello and welcome back, and hopefully you can hear me now. We get
Further into this game, which is a real doozy at the moment. Have a look at that supercomputer. It's telling us 49-51. Very tight game. Both up. Part of the spin twins for Iceland with his left arm orthodox. Expect him to bowl in tandem with David Cook, which has been really effective for Iceland this weekend. This is up in the air. Patel Rajput, a slightly slow start of really great waves in the last couple of overs. Creek. Rajput pushes. They get through that. Been pretty good between the wickets so far. But they are putting the pressure on the Icelandic fielders. What a real topsy-turvy contest.
to the end of the 8th over, and it's 68 without lost.
Is my input selected in the thing? So nothing's coming through. I just need to turn myself up a bit.
So right on cue, here is David Cook with his left arm spin. Cook's been excellent so far in the series with his left arm orthodox. I think how they handle the left arm spin middle overs is going to be real key to Latvia's chances in this game. Cook wheeling and dealing. Big shot attempted, but doesn't go too far. Wedge from Rajput off the bottom of the bat.
So that's max, and it's okay. We'll probably make it, you'll probably give me a tiny bit more on your side if you can.
So let us know how we're going with the audio.
Yeah, we got just
Been a few logistical challenges this morning, but seem to be sorting them out slowly but surely. Latvia clinging on to a small lead in the game. 54% now. And of course, now that I'm back, we'll probably take a break. They might be looking at the ball here. We have had the occasional ball change due to the heavy conditions. So, what can I tell you about the game so far? Obviously, I'm sure you've been following it as closely as I have, but Latvia haven't lost a wicket yet. 71 without loss on about 160 pace. I'd say that's about par in this game, about 160. If you go to the numbers of the teams in the past tournaments, you'd see that the par is around about that 160 mark. Of course, these two teams were part of a three-way tie with Poland last year. And it was net run rate that split the series. There will be a final this year, back to the 4-team format. It's like there was in 2024. Iceland have never been to an international tournament final. Would this be the day? Rajput pushes off the back foot. Again, wants to. Going to get it fairly easily. Latvia would feel a bit aggrieved if that's the case, because Latvia have come second the last 2 years. Would love to get their hands on the Euro Cup. Both of these teams are certainly no pushovers. I think either would go into the final as an underdog, but they probably don't mind that status. Pitched up, taken on, catching opportunity and taken. taken very well. As it's Jotun that takes it.
Catch number 7.
He's not the kind of fielder you want to take on. And Rajput, after a bright 28 at the top of the order, is going to have to go. And the first wicket of the day falls at 73 for 1.
Okay, that's like full blast. I've got like, but there's no ground sound to compare it to, so it's not a big deal.
9 overs down, 73 for 1. Latvia hitting a bit of a speed hump. And once again, it's Cook the man who does the job. Very good over from him, 1 for 5. So I expect a steady diet of left arm spin. The next few overs, both surely will come on and bowl again. It's Rex Silvera who's coming out. Geez, didn't he bat well yesterday? Had these kind of unnatural bursts. He had a couple of magical overs off his bat. But he's having a pretty good series. Second time he's passed 50 in the Euro T20 Cup. Rota will continue. 11 came off his first over. Uvish on strike though on 41. Flight it up. Taken on. Is this another chance? Straight through the hands. It was a definite opportunity. Patel gets lucky. They almost lose the openers in consecutive balls. To be honest here, I think he charged him when he didn't need to. And it just meant he was on the run. And realised he's misjudged it. He's put the hands up over the head, but by then the ship had sailed and the ball had sailed straight between his hands. Walking 677 for 1 and a lucky break for Urvish, missed on 41. Takes it on. Again, this time he's going to work the fielder to his left. Slightly heavy outfield this morning. And it still is running reasonably well. It's going to be another 4. Back-to-back 4s. That was a better shot in many ways because he targeted the gap. He went a bit squarer towards cover. Rota nonplussed with how this over's gone so far. Brings out the reverse. Always looks easier than it is. Patel. Wait, is there any bat on this? Well, obviously nothing at all. Thought that came off the body, but maybe not. Regardless, it'll be 49 remaining next to the name of Urvish Patel. Let's just bounce off the keeper there. Here's Rex facing up. Vera pushes, calls 2 straight away. Oh, bit of a dicey one, but they get away with it. You see the intent there straight away. Vera wanting to be busy. He batted really well against Poland. 66 off 37 with 6 4s and 5 6s just yesterday. It's quality opposition. Wasn't enough to get Latvia over the line, though, as they fell 36 runs short. Silvera faces up, left-hander to left-hander. Not a good ball down the leg side. It'll be a wide.
So everyone says it's hearable. They can hear me, but it's very soft, even with their volume up loud. So I mean, it's okay for 10 overs, but maybe we can look at it.
Yeah, because you're on max over here.
That's on my max volume.
In the air. Big moment. And it just escapes the fielder.
Is that a drop or just fell nowhere?
Drop.
So, missed opportunity. The catch goes down. Both has had two go down in the over now. Urvish once again has a crack on 49. In the air, and this time he's taken, so it won't be a 50 for Urvish. Geez, that was a very nice piece of fielding. Heading to his left. I think that's Nirosh Bandara that's taken the catch. What a fantastic bit of work. Look at it here on the replay. It was upish, and yep, it was Nirosh. That takes that and does a little skip of delight. So game changing again, Iceland. Coming back into things. Urvish bats well for 49, but misses out in the milestone. He's the second to fall, 86 for 2. Bit of a crossroads here for Latvia. And the new batter is Siddhant Singhal. Comes out a bit of a pressure situation. Did score 34 yesterday. It's in that partnership with Silvera. They gave it a bit of a shake. I will say by that point, the game had kind of escaped them. Now brought back together here. So another wicket off the last ball of an over. And would you believe it? Both have created 3 catching opportunities in that over. The third one was taken, third time lucky. It'll be Silvera on strike to David Cook. And I mentioned a moment ago the battle between these Latvian batters and their left arm spin twins through these middle overs would be key so far. Despite a couple of boundaries, the Icelanders have captured some important wickets, but a couple more important wickets at the crease now. Cook likes to remain around the wicket to the left-hander, which is slightly unusual. Here he is bowling over number 11, 86 for 2 after 10. Rex takes it on, heads for mid-wicket, gets it over the man's head. It's gone all the way. Maximo! Oh, it was a little bit risky. It was straight down the line of the fielder, but Rex talked about his unnatural power bursts yesterday. He was able to get enough wood on this to get it over the fielder for 6 runs. Once again, Latvia fallen just behind the 50%, topsy-turvy. Another lead change in this sudden death. Match 6, the winner to the final. Loser as their campaign ended.
But you didn't show me the person, then why you showed me the goalpost? Show me people.
Comeback ball for Cook. Back and nudges away. They've run well. This time they think one's enough. Hello to Jay Wild. Nice to see you, Jay. We haven't had too much of a chance to chat this morning with some of the issues we've been facing here at the ground, but what about the World Cup controversy overnight? Heard there was an incident, a spider cam incident. England getting the win, Argentina getting the win as well. Tell me what you make of it. I've got to admit, I was staring at the back of my eyelids both those games. Now off the mark with a single. Jotun. Have that happier time of it with the ball. Decent numbers though. 2 overs, none for 14. Silvera takes it on, finds the fielder, and he's spilt it again. You wouldn't believe it. Oh, dear me. Another missed opportunity. Third drop catch in 2 overs. And look, it's not easy catching out there. It was a slippery ball, moist conditions. But Silvera's a big wicket coming off that 66 yesterday. Cook is now the next one to be frustrated. Gets on with it. Singal pushes. Not that keen for a run. Sends back Silvera. The ball by Cook. So accurate. Land the ball on a 10 pence piece, as they say in the classics. End of the over. So there was a 6 off it, drop catch, and 4 singles, 10 off it in total. And after 11 overs, Latvia 96 for 2. Rota continues. He's bowled 2 overs, 1 for 23. They bowled 7 overs of seam before they went to the Twins. Imagine they're the kind of Danny DeVito, Arnold Schwarzenegger type twins. You recall that movie. Boat's a clever bowler. Varies his pace and flight. Not afraid to toss it up though. Maybe not quite as slow through the air as Cook, but very wily. Lucky to have 2 left-arm spinners in the team. We're a Saria in the team yesterday as well, creating a 3rd win option, but he's not in the 11 today. Oh, Rex gets that one. Fielder comes around, acrobatic attempt, but he's not able to reel it in, and that's going to be 6. Maximo and the 100 up for Latvia. In theory, should match up well. The left-handed batter against the left-handed bowler. This was great work by VIP to capture this attempt. It was a flying attempt. But unfortunately, Sammy not able to get there. He's wanting to atone for a missed opportunity last over, no doubt. And of course, there was the other one as well. Better line there. I was to be critical at all of both his tactics to Silvera and probably Cooks as well. I think you got to try and don't be too greedy. Don't go at the stumps. Get outside off stump. Make him reach for it. See if he still wants to slog sweep it from out there. Because if it's straight, generally not going to go too well. It's an easy put away. Silvera, any time this, they'll have to settle for 1. Latvia take the lead back. Real supercomputer thriller so far. Abhishek saying these are typical Icelandic conditions. These are the best fielders, so can't believe they've dropped the 3 catches. That's cricket, though. They're still human beings, and I don't even think humans were designed to catch cricket balls, never mind in slippery conditions. Single, nice looking shot. He's a more circumspect type player. These two batted well together yesterday. I'll be hoping something similar today. Silvera pushes at this. Flying attempt. Jonty Road style from Mahalingam there. It's safely through for a single. That's the kind of enthusiasm you love seeing. Overs down, 106 for 2. Cook comes back for a third. It's a funny one with Iceland's tactics because you know what you're going to get. You know you're going to get 8 overs of spin in the middle of the innings, left-arm spin, but you still got to play it. Come up with the answers. One of the answers would be to bat more left-handers. By luck, as luck would have it, Silvera happens to be at the crease. Middle line. Silvera shows he can go offside as well, but he's probably less of a boundary threat playing that shot rather than going bottom hand up and over the leg side. Still think you can frustrate him that way because he wants boundaries here. He knows it's the second half of the innings. You want to move things along. 50-50 match once again. Bold. Singal's also the kind of guy, if you're bowling to him, you kind of know he's not going to force the issue too much. He'll be respecting a good ball, working it for 1 or maybe blocking it out for a dot. So then, as a bowler, I think you're a bit more comfortable saying, all right, well, all I've got to do is bowl a good ball then. Not hyper obsessed with taking wickets here. He's still kind of happy to contain, maybe indirectly cause a wicket by building the pressure. Nicely bowled, drifts away, and gets the catch, gets the support in the field. That's a really good bit of work, and it's the sub, Jacob Robertson, that's taken it. It's exactly what we said, keeping the ball away from Silvera. It's not as easy to hit over that boundary for the left-hander. They carried a long way in the air, but Jacob has done very, very well. Holds his nerve, holds his footing as well, stays the right side of the border. They don't have land borders in Iceland, but obviously Jacob was able to negotiate this one with a minimum of fuss. Just had to have some faith in that right foot that it wasn't going to slip over the line. But that's a big moment in the game. For me, it's advantage Iceland after that. As yesterday's hero, Rex Silvera, is out for 20, the third to fall, 108 for 3. And once again, the spin twins bring in the ice. Latvia under pressure, and now they dive to their worst winning percentage, winning probability in the entire match so far. But you can see the difference there in the line. And the other thing is with this breeze, though, it's pretty slight at the moment, but the breeze is left to right on your screen. So you could see that one actually just left Silvera in the air as well, and it forced a thick outside edge that hung up in the air. Mohammed Khan, the new batter. Now, he's a guy we have seen opening the batting, so obviously very, very capable, but a very different situation here, coming in and facing 2 spinners to start the innings. Abhishek reminding us that David Cook is known as the Professor his brilliant cricket mind. He's cooked up a couple of wickets in this innings as well. Ahmed Khan wastes no time, goes after this first delivery that was on the stumps. Just a single. Oh, maybe not. Good throw, hits middle stump out of the ground. Won't be able to get an overthrow. But hey, how quickly things can change. We had 3 catches go down in pretty quick succession. But then some good ones taken. And that was a very good one from Robertson, who's on the field as a substitute. I mean, not the kind of part of the field, probably the least likely area in the field to get a catch as well, but did very, very well to hold it. That safely down. So no chance for a run out there. Here's Cook. And tempts Singal. 170 expected, but I think with those 3 wickets, in particular, it's the fact it's the top 3. We feel pretty comfortable. You might be able to keep it to 160 or less at this stage. End of the 13th over. Cook's bowled 3 overs, 2 for 19, and the score is 110 for 3. I think they're going to make a change with Neeraj Bandara coming back. So they're going to break up their spin twins after 6 consecutive overs. But we have seen Iceland do this as well, where they would just bowl 1 random over and then bring the spinners back. So you might even see a situation here where they just get through this one from Bandara and then bowl Botha and then Cook again. Gets them a bit deeper in the innings before the pacers come back to finish things off. Here's Neeraj. Good start. Singal, like I said, he's the kind of guy that likes to bat in his comfort zone. That's how I'm describing so far. Very good bat, very good technique. Now this time he does try to attack. One hand comes off the bat, no real timing there. Come back for 2. You can see he's not what I would call a naturally aggressive, and that's fine at all times. In this situation, his plan A would probably be to work the ball, to run hard between the wickets. Singal again tries to go aerial. And going for 2. It's a good pickup. Oh, it's very close. Given not out. There's been an interesting replay. The direct hit came in. It was a beautiful one-hand pickup and throw. Mohammed Khan was going to the danger end. Remember, the umpire doesn't have the assistance of the video replay. And by the way, we don't have a great look at it either. Line's not super visible, but very tight. You can understand the umpire giving the benefit of the doubt there. Looked like he was just in. And Abhishek talking about Jacob Robertson, who took the catch. I call him the Pie Man, half Australian, half Icelandic. Great fielder. And he does apparently bake pies. That's so funny you say that, because in Prague we have the Australian bar, the Down Under, and they're famous for their meat pies. So Jacob's obviously cornered the market up there in Iceland. And I will definitely try them when I get up to Iceland. We'd love to have a European Cricket Series in Iceland. We were so close. We were about 12 hours away back in 2020 when the COVID restrictions were changed and unfortunately forced that series to be cancelled. So yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing all about it. I was having a nice chat to Jacob yesterday, actually. Iceland's one of those places that whenever I meet someone from there, I always have to ask, how did you end up there? Thick inside edge, bounces past the stumps and past the keeper. Won't go. Batters went too quick through the first one. Now they're going to get a second. Bowler's end might be interesting. It is. And he fields it with the backside of the body. I think I'm running in there. A bit of kamikaze stuff there. Good running, though. Good heads-up play. moving the feet there.
It's okay, bro. We can't change it. We can't change the fact. We have to show the action.
Mohammed Khan. End of the 14th over, 117 for 3. You've got to say the old meat pie, something that's quite foreign to Europeans. Well, they are going to bowl Cook out. Or they bowl out Pota. He's been the slightly more effective of the two left-arm spinners in this innings, so I can understand how they've decided they want to bowl him out at this key stage. Professor. Singal goes over the offside this time. Go with the perceived movement of Cook. It's a bit of width and carves it away for a couple. Just the pad there. No LBW, no catch. Chris? That's okay. You missed another Spanish squad. You can always watch them back. That's why I record them. It's our fans group. Singal and tries solidly, but finds the fielder. Singal's not the kind of guy you can imagine taking on outfielders and winning, just the way that he bats. He's more technical. It's not a criticism. It's just different players. Different sorts of players, different strengths, different weaknesses. Cut away this time by Mohammed Khan. Will pick up a couple. Mohammed Khan lines this up again. He had to fetch him from outside off stumps. Very clever bowling. So 15 overs down, 124 for 3. Weather at the moment, pretty overcast, as you can tell. Pretty lucky this weekend, actually. Although there's been a bit of rain around, it hasn't caused too many extended interruptions. It's generally blown in and out reasonably quickly. Singal takes this leg side. Bandara back for a third over. Iceland are really up for this. You can tell that in the field, even the bench, very, very vocal. Over at the ground very early this morning as well, preparing for this big contest. A lot of people saying it's the biggest game they've ever played here, with a spot in the final up for grabs. They've never made a final before. Reaches for this. Ahmed Khan can't quite catch up with it. Probably looked a lot wider than it was because of where he was standing. He was standing slightly outside leg stump. There's the Iceland bench, keeping everyone going. Yeah, one team that you'd think would be reasonably comfortable in the conditions. Up in the air. It's almost a brilliant catch. Instead, he's going to face it. Oh, well, Marlingham, he's a proper jack-in-the-box in the field. And he hurls himself at this. He never had any right to get near it. And guess what? Gravity wins the day. But I'm just a bit worried about how he does field it. Let's have a look at the replay. Oh, boing. Gets up. Concussion test, please. Great enthusiasm, though, from Marlingham. Single. Turns it around the corner, and he will get it out of the ground. Maximo. Well, that's the area that he might hit a 6. He's gone short boundary with the wind. Got a little bit of length. Throws the hands that takes on Jacob Robertson and wins. 6 carreras. I think that's not great bowling from Bandara. I think with Singo, you know, if you pitch it up to him, he'll drive. He's unlikely to hit you out of the ground. But Bandara, fraction too short and pays the penalty. Cracked away this time, and he will get 4. Once again, a bit too short. Singo starting to warm up here. Look at his strike rate, 26 off 16, 26 off 18, I think now. Pretty good under the circumstances. Oh, he's bowled him. It's just flicked the off stump. And so Singal's going to have to go Bandara. He reads the room and he pitches up and he has immediate success. This one just flicking the stumps on the way through. We'll check it out on the replay. I think he might have just chopped that on slightly, because the line of the ball seemed to be outside the off stump. So it'll give us a bit of another look. I think he does come off the bottom of the bat, and it dribbles into the bottom of off stump. So unfortunately for Singal, just as he was getting going, he's going to have to take a walk off the Warsaw Cricket Ground. He's the 4th to fall, 136 for 4. Bandara, I was a little bit critical when he was bowling short to Singal. But when he pitched it up, he got the reward. Abhishek saying that Senthil Mahalingam, fastest cricketer in Iceland. I do believe that. He's a real live wire in the field. Never take a double on his arm. What about off his face? It might have hit the base of the stumps there, Dave. You're right. But remember, the base is part of the wickets. So if the ball, even if the ball only hits the base, if it knocks the bail off, it does count as the stumps being broken. Having another look at the ball here. The ball has become waterlogged a little bit in this tournament. Jotun's going to come back to bowl. He's got good skill set for this time of the innings, Jotun. Payson's got a couple of different slower balls. Latvia playing from behind. 136 expected, 170. Pretty good player to come to the crease in the captain, Ishan Kashyap. Right man for the situation. 4 overs to go. Go to lose this run. Ahmed Khan flicks away to leg, but it's in the air, and it's just over the top of the fielder. Great effort out there. Sawari used every inch of the WCG, and he wasn't able to bring it back. Ends up getting a finger on it, but really couldn't have done a lot better. Great effort. 50-50 game again. Too short, too wide. That'll be called. There's Team Latvia. They're pretty keen to go one better than the last couple of years. They finished second to Poland. To do that, even finish second, they'd have to win this game. He doesn't bounce. It goes under the keeper. Fernando. Bit of a race. But it pulls up just inside. They'll get back for 2 buys. Looked like he missed it by a bit. This time he goes up and over the top. Gives it a real bash there, but guess who? It's Robertson again, the super sub, who's taken another catch. Wow, amazing stuff. Well, he's eating them up like meat pies at the moment. Sometimes he's creating them, sometimes he's catching them. And the dangerous Mohammed Khan is out for 13, caught in the deep. It was a good kind of upper slash, wasn't it? It's right back again, right back on the line. He's made a real difference in the field. And Iceland now a 145 for 5. New batter comes out there. It's the keeper, Rajith Mutaneni. $145 for 5, 3.5 overs to go. And the supercomputer wakes up. Latvia probably dip under 50% with that wicket. What a good catch, though. Again, saved 6 runs. And, of course, removed dangerous Mohammed Khan. Joten will be happy about that as he has his first wicket of the day. Swing and a miss. Mutaneni first up. Cash up the other end. The captain hasn't even faced the ball yet. Some of the performances on the right-hand side of the screen, including the 31 run over. Had some pretty big overs, haven't we, in the last couple of days? 31 was Fahad Shakil yesterday. His crazy 100. Pretty well bowled, full straight. Squeezed out off the inside edge. That runs away for 4. Lucky runs, but runs nonetheless for Latvia. Mutaneni off the mark. Had a really good question in the chat from Windflyer, asking how many criteria are left for these 4 teams to get associate status. I think it really depends on the country. There is a procedure to apply for ICC membership, but there's a lot of factors that comes down to governance, amount of teams, kind of what your formal plans are for cricket in the country, the amount of government backing as well. I think it's great to see these teams at this stage playing international cricket, and obviously love to have them in part of the ICC family in the future. And the bowling, saw McNenny coming, he dug it in short. That'll take us to the end of the 17th over, 149 for 5. 3 overs to go. There's the Iceland bench. It's Cuckoo's off the field. Obviously, might have taken a slight knock. Dushan Bandara, captain, ready to come back. There's the Latvian bench. I think no matter what, whether they make 160 or somehow make 180, it's going to be a middle of the road kind of a target. And it's going to be a pretty exciting second innings. Kashyap faces up, captain to captain action. Bit high, challenge kind of a length from Bandara, but never easy starting your innings in these circumstances. Just 3 overs to go now. Kashyap needs to try and find his touch immediately. Pitches up, Kashyap's after him this time. It's catchable, not an easy one, but it's taken easily by Jotun, who's such a good fielder. Judged that one perfectly, and Kashyap's gone for a duck, and Iceland's grip on this game firms. Still a lot of cricket to go, but they've found their catching gloves at the right moment. As Kashyap goes second ball, Bandara with his wicket wins the battle of the captains. It's 149 for 6.
Number 22. 22. Is it definitely him? Yeah, 22 confirmed, Lucky said.
Sukhvinder Singh goes out to bat. 16 balls remaining in the innings. Bandara charging in. Action short. Hit nicely. Robertson zone out there. Just a single. McNenny gets the strike back. 150 up for Latvia. Cutter, nice bowling. Off speed. McNenny asking for a wide. I don't think it was even close. Just got a little bit deer in the headlights there. That slower ball wasn't coming through quite as quickly as he thought. A little bit of break away from him as well. McNenny goes after this. Up. It's in the air. Oh, great attempt from both are going back. Now he's going to fire in a throw. Never an easy catch running back with the flight of the ball. Get through for 2. Hello to Kroom. And a good question from Chris Smith. Did you play yesterday? Let us know how you went, Kroom. And also, Helix, congratulations on retiring. Gives you more time to watch more ECN cricket, Helix. Just a suggestion. Nanny charges violently down the pitch, gets it off the end of the bat, just a single. End of the over, 153 for 6 after 18. It's funny, we've had 5 games in the series so far. We haven't really had what I'd call a real close thriller. It's probably the only thing this tournament's lacked. Just with this game, you feel it could be a real tight contest, so stay tuned. Jotun getting ready to bowl the 19th. He was brilliant yesterday with his century. Match number 3 versus Lithuania. 121 not out of 41 balls. 12 fours, 9 sixes for Akshay. Also very wily bowler. And here he is bowling the penultimate over. It's clever. Mutaneni got a bad habit of backing away here. And all that's doing is giving Jotun a bigger zone in which to bowl. Normally you back away when you're trying to create room, when the bowlers are kind of bowling into your body or targeting the stumps. But I think typically in the short format, definitely in Europe, a lot of the bowlers are trying to bowl it out of stumps. So you've already got that room. All you're doing is making it hard for yourself. And this is a habit Mutaneni's got. Once again, can't deal with this one. Jotun can't believe this call, though. Been called a wide. We don't really see the wide line too well. You can kind of see it there in a little red colour. Line ball call. Goes straight, so Mutaneni stands and deflects. Just a single. This is a good finish from Iceland at the moment. Can Latvia fight back and hit a couple of bombs in these last couple of overs? Not looking likely at the moment. Sukhvinder will have something to say about it. Sukhvinder goes for it. Well, this carry, not quite. It takes a right turn at Albuquerque and allows the second run. That's good hustle. Now they'll probably get a third. They will get a third. The throw came in, it was slightly offline, and no one was there to back it up. So a rare 3 off the bat of Sukhvinder. Next best thing to a boundary, I suppose. Yeah, so Helix saying he's looking forward to doing whatever he wants and not being rushed to do the jobs on weekends. Good on you, Helix. Where do you plan to spend your retirement? Bit of extra bite from Jotun there, gets it past the bat. You can see the slight shuffle away to leg, making it a bit tough to deal with. Nenny brings out the long handle, heaves this over mid-wicket. That'll run away for a valuable boundary. He's fought hard here, Ranjit. He's mostly in the team to take the gloves. But he's coming to the party with some late wickets. Not a shot that'll win too many beauty contests, but he runs a good runs at this stage of the innings for Latvia. Last ball of the over. Goes after a very short ball. It's up. It's in the air, and it's dropped. Now they're going to take 2. They've got no right. And I think that's hit the stumps. You know, this is a funny one. The umpire's got a bad angle of this. We'll probably see it, but I don't think the keeper ever touches the stumps. It's just my instinct. Number 1 probably should have been caught the first time. Then it came in, and you can see it bounces. Oh, actually, no. I think the keeper might have hit the stumps with his gloves. There's definitely doubt there. If you look at that angle, which is a better angle than the umpire's got, but then he doesn't take the glove. Let's have a look at it again. The ball bounces into the gloves. But the thing is, you've got to hold the ball. You can't just be touching the ball. So I don't think that's out. I think it's a good decision. The thing is, the keeper can always... He might have fluked it, but really, to remove doubt, you should be holding the ball. I think that's a good decision. I don't think you can give this out. If you didn't give it out the first time, then how possibly can you give it out now? Unless he's just taken the keeper's word. But I think the replay is definitely, there's doubt there. Let's have a look at it. I mean, you'll see what you want to see the more times you look at the replay. You decide to go for 2. Try and track the ball here. I mean, it is possible that the ball's hit the stumps there and it's missed the glove completely, but it looks like the glove's behind the ball. I don't know. It's very, I mean, I've looked at a million replays in my life, and that's very, very, yeah, it's very, very tight. But anyway, in the end, they'll have to make a decision one way or the other, and they decided it's out. So it'll be the end of the over. New batter coming out. Oh, boy. It could be 5 penalty runs here. Let's have a look what happened here.
We don't have a 28 on the list. Who's batting?
Oh, would you believe it? It's come off the keeper. It's 5 penalty runs.
You got that one? 5 penalty runs? Add between ball event. Score it as a dot, and then add between ball event.
So that'll be 5. It'll be a dot ball, but then they'll add the 5 penalty run. So it's up to 168 now. So it's funny. They have one decision go against them, but then the cricket gods kind of repay them straight away with 5 runs from the gods. And now Sukhvinder opens the shoulders. And he'll get 4 runs. So 5 and a 4, thirsty for more. Again, not a pretty shot, but 8 runs coming. It's a late swing towards Latvia. That might be pretty crucial. They're up above a par score now at 172. They're still slight underdogs, according to the supercomputer. Steps across, takes on that short boundary. Guess who? Oh, great effort, but it's going to climb over the top. It's a Maximo. And all of you at home that had a 5, a 4, and a 6 in the over, you're right. Did everything possible. Look at that. Great action shot. Just out of his grasp. Late swing continues. 15 off this over. 178. Two to come. Go over the wicket, going nowhere. Falls into space. Might as well take him on at this stage, the way things are going. Force him to make the play. $179. I think I would have at least tried for 2 there, seeing he's got the hot hand, but Abby's going to get the last ball. Be running no matter what. Mandara 1 for 32. We're talking 180s target here for Iceland. Did make the biggest score of the tournament yesterday at this time. It's going to be a big mountain to climb. They can't waste any time early anyway. First things first, how many are they chasing? Here's the last ball. Get some. You might as well take on the 2 here. Take on the 2. They'll get it. Probably should go again. I don't know why you wouldn't. It's the last ball. Probably would have made it anyway. End of the innings. 181 for 7 then. Latvia had more twists and turns than a length of old string in that innings, but they do finish with a pretty competitive score of 181. Nobody made a 50 in the innings, though. Urvish Patel came as close as you can get. He was out for 49, and contributions also from Rajput opening up with 28. Those two put on 73 for the first wicket. Rex Silvera, 20 before he was brilliantly caught in the deep by Jacob Robertson, one of 2 catches by the super sub. Singhal with 26 of 19, I thought batted pretty well. Mohammed Khan with 13, but Nenny with 13 as well before he was run out. And Sukhvinder Singh and Abby Davidson took you to the end of the innings. 181 for 7. Bowling wise, 2 for 26. David Cook, probably the pick of the bowlers. Singles also for Dushan Bandara, Akshay Jotin, Yuresh Bandara, and Keenan Botha. We'll take a break. Back in around about 15 minutes' time. 182 will be the new target for Iceland, the winner of this game, to the final against the Poles this afternoon. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. We'll take a break and see you after it for more live action from Poland on ECN. You're watching the Euro T20 Cup.
So,
Do you want to just leave it? If it's good enough, but like we probably risk a bit more damage than
yeah, that's
you
right.
know. Then
No, my question is, we keep the same settings as it is. We change anything.
yeah,
Okay. The only thing is we change the Aja cable
yeah.
because Aja cable is getting tripped out.
Is it the run off the run outs? 1 plus 1 out. target?
Obviously, the audio settings was checked. But later, I mean, he said, Raja, just need to find something. Yesterday also he said he had some upgrade to that the cable settings.
So I'm a bit sensitive.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure you're pissed. Trying to finish the airport. What we can do,
Oh yeah,
I can hold Raja on getting straight from.
exactly.
Okay. Yeah, 5 minutes. Yeah, time. What time you going? 55? Okay. What? Yeah, smash.
Runs on the board. If today chase, I will donate some to ECN charity. Thanks, better or on top.
Oh, yeah, I'll take a photo. Then you change your nationality now.
Not Polish now, that's pretty serious.
European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Poland and our coverage of the Euro T20 Cup, T20 Cup, a quadrangular tournament involving 4 cricket nations. And we've got the second half of match 6 coming up. And this is crucial because this decides who's in the final. Iceland chasing 182 for a place in the decider against Poland later on. Latvia will be there if they can defend their score of 181. So it's going to be a really, really exciting conclusion, I can tell. A slight rain coming. We've been lucky that we haven't had too much rain falling this morning. It's very light. I don't think there's anything that's going to force them off the field just yet. Looks like it's Mohammed Khan to bowl first. And Asif Ali out there with Derek Dionarayan. This will be a must-watch innings. Plenty of good cricket happening on ECN today. I see it's a bit of a thriller over there in Portugal between Werish and Marlowe as well. Now let's hope the weather gods stay kind and that we have all 20 overs available here for Iceland, who are chasing a place in their first ever international final. This is a real tricky target. It's probably 15 to 20 above par, but Iceland certainly batted above par. Last time we saw them, they cracked 214 against Lithuania. Having said that, over half those runs came from the bat of Akshay Jotun. I'm sure he'll be a big threat that Latvia will want to neutralise. Anyway, 3, 2, 1, let's play. Here's Mohammed Khan to get us underway to Asif Ali. Edgy stroke first up. The deep third's in place. Keeps it to a single. Dionarayan facing up. He's a very classy left-hander. Scored the highest individual score of the 2025 edition of the Euro T20 Cup when he scored 83 not out. He's had a bit of a mixed time of it in this tournament. Hasn't really shown us his best. Yesterday went cheaply against Romania, 2 off 8. That takes a long time in European cricket. He had a little bit better on opening day when he scored 35 not out of 24 in what would ultimately be a rain-reduced second innings. I don't think anyone wants a rain-reduced second innings this time around. Ready to go as Dionarayan faces up for the first time. So both these teams pretty accustomed to playing in slightly damp conditions. You know anything about the weather in Northern Europe? Johnny, I'm glad you found a way to hear me. I know some people are going to have to crank up the volume. Just be careful when you're watching something else that you don't send yourself deaf. But I'm glad you can hear me. Dionarayan back and pulls for his first run. Maybe runs as he comes back for a second. We had a few technical issues, I think mostly precipitated by the weather getting into the equipment. ECN's an operation unlike any other really in the world. 2 weeks ago, we were dealing with record heat in the country next door, Czechia, 41 degrees, and now we're dealing with dampness and a bit of rain that fell overnight. Dionarayan does take on the run this time. Comes through. I think they've got to be pretty careful not to fall behind. 50-50 games, says the supercomputer, but we've got someone like Jotun in the shed. It's not a crime to get out if you're searching for runs. I think the real crime here is if you bat time and go at less than a run a ball in the opening spots. Interesting that they've decided not to open with Fernando in this game. Just hasn't really been able to score at the rate required. And he has put some pressure on the players under him. Asif Ali batted 3 in the first game and the second game. And I think it's a proactive move from Iceland. Pitched up Asif Ali, drives through the offside. And they'll pick up a couple. End of the first over, 6 without loss. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. And feel free to join in our live chat, ECN European Cricket Network on YouTube. The weather chat in there as well. Talking about Death Valley. That'll be a hot place to play cricket, I'm sure about that. But yeah, I think my order today for Iceland, I've got these two. I've got Jotun at 3. I'm not mucking around. I think, especially when you consider there is a chance that this could be a rain-affected innings. We don't know. It is kind of coming and going. But I don't think you want to leave him on the bench too long, especially coming off that big 100. It might have even been a case for him opening, but I quite like us if he's a busy player. I think he'll do a good job up the top there. So there, these two, and then Jotun at 3, and then you can kind of reassess if you need to go beyond that. Strategically, it'd be the right move. Sukhvinder Singh scrambled some late runs for Latvia with the bat. Now he's got the ball in hand. Coming around the wicket to Gianna Ryan over number 2. Nicely punched off the bat foot by Derek. Once again, he'll come back for another 2. Not so sure about the round the wicket tactic to the left-hander. I think it'd be a more attacking move for him to go over the wicket, maybe invite the drive and use that angle to create an outside edge. They do have a kind of floating slip in. No boundaries yet, but 3 2s in the first 7 balls. Certain sense of industriousness about this start. Maybe we haven't seen before. An Icelandic opening combination. It's hard to see how he's going to get Derek here. That round the wicket, maybe a little chop on if something's misjudged. Guess there's always a chance of a little nick at any time. Sukhvinder. Pretty common name, Sukhvinder Singh, around European cricket. I reckon I've called about 10 of them. And once we had 2 batters that were both called Sukhvinder Singh and the bowler Sukhvinder Singh at the same time. And Danny Hudacek had some famous commentary. He said, all I need now is to hear that the umpire's name is Sukhvinder Singh as well. But Sukhvinder Singh in the silver and maroon of Latvia. And he might have a wicket here because this is a goober, an easy catch. And he's dropped it. You wouldn't believe it, even in any conditions, even with your eyes shut. You'd think that this is going to be held. And time to pull the hair out. Gianna Ryan's a dangerous player. I think that's Rajput that's put it down. Oh, it's not. In fact, it's Bhagava Sigaran. He's into the side and he's dropped it. Oh, that's a very, very lucky moment. Gianna Ryan. He would have thought that his innings was over. Came at a very comfortable pace and trajectory as well, but and the pressure of the moment, slight misjudgment. Out it went. And guess what? It's going to hurt even more after Asif Ali pins his ears back on the next delivery. Maximo. And have a look at that. 48% Iceland. I think after that shot, they'll go ahead again. Another lead change. Asif Ali brings a certain punchiness to this opening spot. I think he can really attack this power play. kind of conditions. 9.2 and over required. Wickets in hand, Iceland are comfortable with that kind of a rate. If they start to lose wickets and maybe lose some of their key players, it won't be so easy. This is in a good headspace here, Asif Ali. Get too reckless with that next delivery. Part of it is just making the right choices about what to go after and how to go after it. It'll take us to the end of the second over. 10 runs off that one, and Iceland are 16 without loss. Well, Shashi saying catch drop, match drop. Well, it's a bit early to make those kind of calls, but certainly is one they might come to rue. Mohammed Khan comes back for over number 3. Hit down the ground. See the aggression for coming through in Asif's batting. He's got the license, doesn't he? They've got Jotun to come in underneath. They're really trying to make sure they stay on top of this rate early. Pitched up, Asif's after him. He's going to get 4. Good batting. I just like the energy in this opening partnership so far. Not batting scared here. Asif again hits through the line of the ball. Cashes in. Puts the bowler on the back foot as well. I'm kind of fascinated with Icelandic language. Beautifully timed away. That was nothing but a push. But it races away. And Asif is grabbing this opportunity with both hands. He's 20 in the blink of an eye. Fraction short of this time, maybe conscious about being driven. Mohammed Khan. 4 more to Iceland. Remember the ground name where we were going to have the European Cricket Series, Ithistatherton. Took a few goes to pronounce and probably still not saying it right. This one going down the leg side harmlessly for a wide. The Norwegian is quite similar to Icelandic, I've heard. Because Iceland was largely settled from Norway during the Viking Age. But in the modern times, they're quite different. Oh, goes back and belts this over the leg side. It's going to be 4 runs. Pitches just inside the boundary. 4 carreras as Ali moves to 24. Fantastic opening from him. And the Nordic languages in general are interesting, how they're related and how things aren't related up there as well. For example, Swedish and Finnish are very, very different. But Icelandic language has its roots in Old German, it's Germanic language. Jenna Ryan will feel pretty happy as well that he can kind of just play his natural game with this kind of aggression at the other end. He's not under too much pressure to score too quickly. Round the wicket, takes it on. Up in the air, fielder can't quite get there. Pitcher's just short of him. No fortune favouring the Brave at the moment, as Asif Ali will retain the strike, and after 3 overs, 32 without loss. They doubled their score, Iceland, in that 3rd over. Latvian, as a contrast, is a very different language. It's got its roots in the Baltic language family. And actually, Latvian and Lithuanian are probably the closest living relatives to each other. There's Team Latvia. I've got the crew filming a documentary on them as well, which is something I've seen a bit of in Europe. I think it's great to see these productions looking at cricket and hopefully spreading the message and the awareness of cricket around these countries. Also, this big movie, La Roja, coming out in March 2027. Some big names in it as well. Big names, big hits. Asif Ali takes on the leg side once again. Going, and gone. Maximo. Into the 30s in no time at all. Asif Ali is backing himself, backing his eye. And this is what I mean. It's a T20 game. Got to have tempo. He's creating it at the moment. And he's making some pretty good choices. He's not going after absolutely everything. But he is backing himself. In that movie, La Roca, coming to all cinemas in 2027, starring our very own Alistair Priddle. Big money as well. Little Nick, that'll get away as well. As fine as 4. Expressing himself in the power play is Asif Ali. It's an inspired choice at the top of the order. It was a fine enough edge to get away from the short third in the circle. So, Sukhvinder Singh, ball's in his court. Can he remove the threat? Almost a little edge on that, but Asif survives.
Hey, Al, are your lines in Spanish or English in the movie? Yeah, that's right.
We'll say that La Roja movie is in Spanish. There is some English spoken in it because of the teams they play, including the fearsome English team. Yeah, captain portrayed by one of our very own. I don't want to create too many spoilers. I heard that Al actually had the same dialect coach as Natalie Portman for that movie as well. So, looking forward to seeing it when it comes out. Hello to Terry Richmond. Hopefully you're well. Ryan doesn't have to do much yet. Slow full toss. Maybe a slight variation from Sukhvinder. Ryan can't put it away. For some reason, try to hit across it. Let's not forget, Ryan was dropped. Very elementary chance early in his innings. Into the 4th over then, 43 without loss. Game on a knife's edge at the moment. Is Abby Davidson getting a bowl? Gets the first one past Asif. Light rain falling at the moment. I suppose another reason it makes sense to push Asif Ali up a spot is you don't want to be falling behind, not just from a general game situation if you're Iceland, but also because if it is a reduced game, it could get rained out any time. You better be ahead at the point that it's washed out. The game will be a full game once this fifth over is completed. In the air, doesn't quite get there, I don't think. Remember, 5 overs is the minimum to award a result. Nice, and we're a fraction behind net run rate, so they'll be happy. Don't know if he quite got a fingertip on that, but it was a pretty good effort, I thought, at mid-off. Oh, it's close. He's saying high, but it didn't get up. This will be an interesting replay. Oh, it's definitely, there's some doubt there. Does hit him above the pad, but it's a very tight call. He's a long way back in his crease. I think, if I'm completely honest, I think it's a fair enough decision, but I'd also say that Asif's pretty lucky to survive there. Ball tracking, for me, it's probably hitting the top of the stumps, but the umpire's got to call it as he sees it. And I think it's a sound decision because, you know, anytime the bat is hit above the pad, you'd say there's a good chance the ball will be going over, and maybe it was. But another 50-50 going Asif Ali's way. Edged and dropped. Just wrong-footed there, Mutineni. Let me break this one down. For me, he's probably standing a little bit wide, and you're trying to minimize the amount of times that you're moving to your left. You can see he was just a little bit flat-footed there. And look, it did fly quickly. I'm not saying it didn't, but that's a regulation nick. Not necessarily a regulation catch, but another one going Asif Ali's way. Very lucky to be there. It's one of those ones, if he was back an extra meter, I better wish he was. Then it's got a lot more time to react. The early signs are that the game's just not meant to be for Latvia, isn't it? But there's still plenty of cricket to play. They don't go anywhere. End of the fifth over. It's 46 without loss. Us over the power play coming up. And it's going to be Siddhant Singhal to bowl this over. This yesterday, actually, bowling the sixth, though he has one power play over that he has to bowl. I quite like this because it's asking a different sort of a question to Asif. I suppose you could also say that the team has created a lot of opportunities, just weren't taken. But Asif, got to keep his head screwed on here. He's off to a great start, but it's only a start. He's got 39 out of the 46 runs in the first 5 overs. Here we go then. Left arm spin versus the right-handed Asif Ali. Siddhant pushes the first one through. No run. I'm curious how attacking he's going to be in this over, if he's going to force the issue with it being the 6th over, or whether he's satisfied to kind of just play it out and say, look, we're happy with what we've got. Let's put the field back and maybe start ticking it along more than bringing the boom boom. It's a nice looking shot here through the offside. quite go all the way. Quite heavy footing at the moment with the constant drizzle that we've had. It's quite a lot of rain overnight, actually, but luckily by the morning it's turned into a fine mist. Quicker one from Singal, just very close.
Was that dropped or?
Went to hand, another missed opportunities. Wasn't necessarily an easy one. Check it out in the replay. Push through, again, not really trying to keep it down. And off the tops of the fingers. Only gets another life. Quicker one. Uh-oh, sneaks past. Not sure if this hit anything. You should see the signal. It goes for 4. Umpire says it's wides. So there was nothing on this. It was down the leg side. It's a very tight wide call because he did step inside it and it only just missed the leg stump. But it's 5 runs and an extra ball as well. You know, going on how they often do wides in T20, it's quite a harsh call, I think. But I suppose if you bolt down the leg side, you know, you're always a chance of being called a wide. Still 2 balls to come in the power play. Gianna Ryan. Again, can play his natural game. Given the circumstances, these two have complemented each other nicely. Now, clipped away on the leg side. These two have run pretty well together. Yet another 2 to finish the 6-over power play in Iceland. Get the start that they want in this chase. 56 without loss after 6. You're following the Portugal League. You see that Marlow ended up getting that win over Oeiras this morning. Not without a few dramas along the way. Well done to Shoban. A man on the ground there in Portugal. Phil G taking you through the rest of the day over there. Only the second loss of the Oeiras side. And now Marlow sit only half a win behind them in second place. So big game between those two next week as well. To see who's at top of the ladder with just 5 games remaining in that Portuguese Division 1 season. Right here, though, we've got your undivided attention. And here's Abby Davidson to bowl.
Bowlers Abby Davidson, 28. Got it.
Good start. Full toss. Asif's after him, and he's going to get the boundary. Even with the 5 outfielders back, he's able to find a gap. This is such a good innings from Asif. I don't think there's been anything particularly sloggy about this innings. Yes, he's had a few lucky moments. He's ridden that luck. But he seems to have known when to attack and when to survive. And be a bit more careful. Attempted Yorker, turns out as a full toss. This is a good example. Often after a boundary, he's been a little bit more circumspect the next ball. Not wanting to do anything too reckless. Takes that one through the line. Jenna Ryan. His little peek to square leg. Faces up to Abby Davidson. And he does more than peek. He hits this one very nicely. Runs the fielder though. So Asif Ali, what a start he's created for Iceland. He's 47 off 26. Started the series with a 2-ball duck against Poland. He's come a long way since then. Gets the ball up in the block hole. Keeps out. Now they're going to get a run. I have no idea how. Well, it's going to be close. Jeez, if that had hit, he was gone. Yeah, he scrambles his 48th run. Have a look at this on the replay. It was fumbled, but it never went that far away from the fielder. It was cheeky. Of course, if he'd run straight away, it would have been an easy run. But then you see it was fumbled. I'm sure if this hits direct, he's gone. Have a look at it. On the way in, he's short of the line. Maybe the umpire would have seen it that way. I don't know. But by the time the bowler took the ball, he was safely home. Great camera work there as well. You see the desperation, though. Jenna Ryan back on strike. Chops down on this and finds a gap once again. And that'll run away all the way to the boundary. So Deanna Ryan coming to the party now. Very safe shots. His first boundary. And it will take us to the end of the 7th over. So 67 without loss. Iceland couldn't have hoped for a better start here. Still a lot of work to do. Still 115 runs to pull off the chase. Siddhant Singhal, left arm spinner to continue. Again, misty rain falling. Nothing too heavy, but like I said before, it's not raining. Yes, Siddhant. Knocked away, offside, and took a while to get going. Otherwise, that would have been his 50. Instead, he's on 49. Already had 149 today. Rafish Patel, Latvia. see the mist, can't you, in the background? Jenna Ryan, it's a slightly quicker one. So 7.2 overs. The par is 52. So they're 16 ahead on DLS right now. Hoping that there's no interruptions. And I wouldn't say it stays like this till there's no way they're coming off. Keep playing. Jenna Ryan unloads on this. There's nobody at deep mid wicket. And that'll run away for 4. So he's starting to open his shoulders a bit, and he's been able to work his way into his innings. He hasn't had too much pressure to score quickly early because of what's been happening at the other end. We kind of saw this against Poland in the rain-affected first game of the tournament, that he was able to kind of go up a gear only after spending a bit of time investing in his innings. He was kind of forced to do that by the first rain interruption. I think we're going to have ball change here. 7.5 overs in. There have been some issues with these balls getting waterlogged and maybe coming apart and out of shape. So 7.3 overs in, 72 without loss. Pars 53. 19 ahead on DLS at the moment. I saw a post from Cricket Iceland after opening day saying they weren't too happy with Mr. Duckworth, Mr. Lewis. Well, they might be back on the Christmas card list if there was to be a downpour now. As Iceland trying to keep as dry as possible. Like I say, I don't know if it would qualify as rain, but it's just a mist that's coming down. You know, maybe not a bad time for Latvia to just come together and say, look, let's just take a step back, refocus, and approach this like it's the first ball again. Iceland hoping to make their first ever international final today. Latvia have been second in the last 2 editions of this tournament. Dave asking, are there mountains around the ground? I'd say no, it's very flat around here. It might be an illusion of the clouds you see in the background, but that's very flat in this part of the city. Back in business. Good comeback ball from him. Five off the over. Driven off the back foot. Still a pretty good over this from Singal. Required rate basically 9 and over. So anytime you're winning that battle with 9 as a fielding side, you're doing pretty well. You need a boundary to catch up to the required rate for this over. Last ball of it coming up. Pretty good one. So excellent over from Singal. Only goes for 5. And after 8 overs, it's 72 without loss. The supercomputer and DLS normally agree. So you can see Iceland are favourites on the bar there, the win percentage bar. And they're also 15 runs up on DLS. So they should agree. DLS is basically meant to tell you who's winning, and so does the supercomputer. I don't know if one day we will have matches decided by a supercomputer and not have to punch in the calculations. What do you think? Big thanks to Buddha, who will be keeping us hydrated and feeding us in the break between matches today. Of course, it's just the 2 matches. This is the final group match. Essentially, it's a semi-final because whoever Whoever wins it goes to the final. The final is later on today, starting at 2:30 local time, 6 o'clock in India. 12:30 GMT or 1:30 in London. Okay, time for some more spin. Gadara getting the ball. Asavali's been on 49 for an eternity. It's another chance here. Goes for it in the air. And that'll be his 50. He'll bring it up with a boundary. A 29-ball half-century for Asif Ali. An inspired move to send him to the top of the order. And he's delivered for Iceland as he hopes to take them to their first ever international final. Gadara, not a bad ball from him, but Asif Ali's got his eye in. He survived a few bumps and tribulations along the way. Makes solid contact here. Takes Iceland 4 closer to the target. Plenty of work to do, though. Oh, they're double clothing it, so you know it's a serious situation when the second cloth comes out. Steps back and hits this very, very sweetly. It's an excellent piece of placement from Asif, who targeted a gap on the leg side, and he got it just right. Back-to-back boundaries to start the 9th over. Oh, now he acknowledges his 57. It's a baller move. I think he was on 49 for so long that everyone had forgotten. Yeah, concentration spans these days, not what they were. Nice way for him to start the over. More tea, please. Right, the danger zone there, actually, the food stand. Oh, it's good bowling. Asif Ali almost dragged that back foot. It was a good take behind the stumps by Mutraneni as well. Beat him with flight and a little bit of turn, perhaps. Would be a lot of turn, I'd imagine, this pitch with the moisture on it. More like they just kind of slide on. Another flighted delivery this time. He punches it through the offside. Plenty of applause for every run right now from the Icelandic bench. Jenna Ryan just taking things up a little bit after a fairly conservative start from him. Oh, it's excellent bowling once again. Really getting that ball to drop out of the sky. Beats Turnaround with the drift. A little bit of a away wobble. Hello to Kroom. He's in lurker mode, but off for a while. See you later. See you later, Kroom. Maybe have a great day. Maybe see you a little bit later. Turnaround. Very careful with this one. Watches it all the way onto the bat. A direct hit. Knocks 2 stumps out of the ground, but they'll decide against the overthrow because the ball didn't go too far. End of the 9th over. So 82 without loss after 9. Yeah, let's check for fun. Seeing I've got it up here. 65 is the par. So there's 17 up now on the DLS. As the mist gets a little bit mistier. But like I said, the players in this part of the world, they know it has to be quite the downpour before you consider coming off. Let's see if they make a change. I think they are making a change. Oh, Rex Silvera looks like he is getting ready to bowl. Interesting move. Yeah, Rex. Being brought on in a pretty pressure situation as well. Oh, and the first one's an outside edge. Flies past the keeper's head. Will that go all the way? Maybe not. He's pretty well bowled by Rex. There's not really a chance. Even a cat wouldn't have the reflexes to react to an edge that big. See the keeper. By the time we saw it, it was well past him. Down to Ryan. Strikes this nicely, but once again finds the fielder. We haven't seen Rex bowling the entire tournament. Didn't bowl against Lithuania. Didn't bowl against Poland. But he gets his chance here. I think it has something to do with the fact that Gadarazo went for 10 and he didn't seem to match up that well against these two. So another spin option, a part-time spinner. Good sportsmanship, I've got to say, between all of these sides this weekend. Hello to Ash and Save Derek. Nice to see you. Bit of a thriller here. Winner goes through to the final. Loser out of the tournament. Oh, Gundy ball, really. It's full toss outside leg, and that goes for 4. Silvera not making the adjustment for the right-hander. Did I just see both umpires signaling 4 to you? Good stuff, mate. 8. But that was a gift. Asif Ali was very, very eager to unwrap. Just had to lay a bat in it. Latvia need a wicket badly. Thing is, if they lose a wicket here, Iceland, they'll probably send in Jotun, who's coming off a century. They really need 2 or 3 wickets to be any chance in this defence, Latvia. Does beat the bat, slides across. Asif Ali, 62. Playing a famous innings for Iceland here. And as we all know, in European cricket, fairy tales can turn into horror stories very, very quickly. It certainly looks like a bowler, the way he's barking at the fielders to move around. And line wasn't quite right there. Asif Ali turns it away. And he's going to get another boundary. So 66 now. Silvera. His first ball was his best ball so far, but he's got to stay away from the pads of Asif Ali. He's playing right into his hands. I suppose the question at the end of the power play with Iceland ahead on points, could they continue it through the next phase of the innings into the middle overs? And so far the answer is yes. Better ball. Asif puts his sensible cap on, knocks it down the ground for a single. End of the 10th over. We're halfway through the chase. And the score is 94 without loss. Silvera's over. Didn't turn out too well for Latvia. He goes for 12. Including 2 boundaries off the bat of Asif Ali. is interesting. So they're going to go to Gadara rather than bowl a third for Singal. And Gadara got taken off for Silvera because his over went for 10. Then Rex's went for 12. So they probably said, all right, have another go. It's just a man enjoying his chai. Undercover. Maybe some sort of snack as well. Definitely be checking that out between the games. Is he round the wicket here? Because if he is, Derek's going to have to move. Hey, Derek. Derek. Uh-oh. Now he's going to go left arm around. Good. Uh-oh. Wides. Several of them. 3 free runs. Dara, different.
14, yeah? Cool. I've made the temporary fix anyway.
Keep going.
Number 20, bowling.
Yeah, all good.
I think we're back.
Yeah.
Hello, we are back, and apologies for that slight break in transmission. But Iceland continuing to impress. 114 without loss after 12 overs. Singal's been brought back here in the 13th over. Top ball to start the over. Tipped away. No real cheering points for the Latvian fans so far. Couldn't have gone much worse, to be honest, in the first 12 overs.
It was not your battery low sometimes. The network slows, goes low, we can't hear each other.
Massive Valley's moved to 83 or 46 now. He launches here, but it's a big moment in the game. Is he going to reach it? He will not. Couldn't get off his feet there, Abby Davidson. That's the difference as well when you're not comfortable diving. There's some discussions about whose catch that was. Had to be the outfielder's catch coming in. Maybe he was conscious of the infielder running back. But Davidson has chanced his arm during this innings.
Out.
Looks like Jenna Ryan's struggling with some sort of hamstring issue now. So it's more than cramp. This looks more like he's actually strained something. So Massive Valley probably doesn't want the interruption because he's got the run of the game at the moment. Singal's back. Jenna Ryan's back. And this is up. It's in the air. Another one. It's a real teaser for the fielders. And it does get away. It's a very good effort out there. And it runs for 4. And Asa Valley moves to 89. Mohammed Khan gave it his best effort. But again, the cricket god's smiling on Asif Ali. We'll be looking at a 3rd consecutive century in this tournament as he comes off the back foot and he moves into the 90s. Picked up the length really quickly here. Singal changed the game the other day with 3 wickets in and over. Oh, now he unloads leg side and he has it right out of the sweet spot. Maximo! And in 50 balls, Asif Ali has scored 99. And maybe we are looking at our 3rd century. He's 99. He reploited his 57, and he's only 99 here. It's a good finish to the over. It's 131 without loss. Now, I don't know if you can take, once you've kissed the ground, I don't think there's any take backsies. Now, I would say that it's been a strange game for many reasons this morning. They clapped his 50 when he was 57. They clapped his 100 when he was 99. 131 for 0 after 13 overs.
Latvian captain is Alistair. Alistair. The Latvian captain is wearing his cap on the red. Is it okay?
Here's Kasia. He used to keep his hair out of his eyes, so he probably let it go. If that's what his reason is. Girls do it, so now I guess guys are allowed to do it too. All right, here's Kasia. This one's down the leg side for a wide. Kasia with his part-time off spin. Just 7 and over required. Need wickets and need them fast, Latvia. And Ryan will bring Asif Ali back on strike. He's 99. What's his strategy here? Must know he's on 99 now because everyone clapped and then took it back and made it pretty clear to him that, hey, it's not 100, it's 99. So plenty of time to get nervous. He was on 49 forever as well. Asif Ali for a Euro T20 Cup century. And he'll do it. That's absolutely drilled. It's going to be a century for Asif Ali. Brings it up off 51 balls in the biggest game of the tournament so far. Iceland sitting pretty in the chase. It's been a masterful knock, sent to the top of the order from his regular number 3 position. 13 fours and 4 sixes in his century. And well, he gets back down and he's thankful for this innings. Let's be honest, the cricket gods have looked after him a little bit as well. He's got his hat backwards.
It's almost
It's an epidemic. Now, Ryan, expansive drive over the offside, and that's going to be for Iceland affirming, aren't they? 138 without loss. Everyone was talking about the Jotun factor. Akshay with 121, not out yesterday. But Asif Ali's come to the table with 100 of his own, and he's put his team in such a good position now, Ryan. He's played second fiddle during this partnership, but he's been very, very important in turning the strike over, keeping the score moving. This is a good example as he pushes away for one. Iceland last year ended up in 3rd position. Did have a win over Latvia in this contest. It was just a loss to Poland. It cost them the trophy. This one will be called a wide. Just drifts a little bit too far. Yeah, so last year, Iceland chased down 152 against Latvia. Took it right to the last over. This time, the way things are going, doesn't look like it'll go down to the last over, but you never know. So, end of the over. 141 without loss. 41 required off the last 6 overs. Good if he turned his
So he's back into the field, but still his cap is
Yeah,
on.
but I mean, the batsman's
Yeah.
got his pattern.
Now he can't say anything.
Americans.
Yeah, they put a helmet on now, so that solves the issue.
So
Something about education.
6 overs to go.
I said to the same bowler who bowled now in Latvia, you can't wear the cap like that, if not look good. He said, oh, in Latvia we can. I said, okay, come to ECN match, we will see. Now we have to keep mouth shut and let them thing to do with it. So okay, I'll explain him it's not our operations.
So Iceland, 97% to win off here. I will say, get a couple of wickets. Get these two and you get Jotun cheaply, and you might be able to force a finish. But Latvia, like I said last year, they weren't able to defend against Iceland when they made 151. They've got a few more on the board this time. It's not a great start to the over, as this is Vasi. Ogavasigaran Ramesh coming on to bowl. Can he be a difference maker? It's a pressure for the young man. Given an opportunity today. Not easy coming into 2 set batters. And a chance for him to make a name for himself. Fiona Ryan ticked along to 29. His situation suits him. He can just keep batting time, going in a run a ball. Don't really need much more than that anymore. How quickly your fortunes can change. Asif Ali with a 2-ball duck on Friday to start his tournament. Now he's a hero, 102 and counting, making it look easy. Taps this away for another single. Round the wicket then. Driven and driven nicely. Jonah Ryan picks that gap in the outfield. And Iceland continue to march on in this chase. Go back and, I hate to say it, but the bowler here, Vasi, he was the one that dropped Jonah Ryan very, very early. It was a regulation chance. Latvia just haven't been able to take some of these opportunities, and that's why there's still a 0 in the wickets column, and Iceland just 33 from victory. Jonah Ryan continues to play his role in this partnership. He's very good at not allowing the score to stay static for too long. Still, there's an opportunity there for Latvia if they can take some quick wickets. Jonah Ryan comes through for another run. It brings up the 150 for Iceland and Latvia. I've tried so hard to break this partnership. That's the way cricket is sometimes. They just haven't been able to make it out. And they are pretty close to being eliminated at the moment. After 15 overs, Iceland 150 without loss, requiring 32 for victory off the last 5 overs. That's after Latvia posted 181, batting first in this sudden death match, match 6, the winner through to the final of the Euro T20 Cup. Ishan Kashyap's going to get a second over. The skipper bringing himself on in this pressure situation, trying to find a way through this opening pair. Deanna Ryan, West Indian descent. Backs away. Slight hesitation, but they will get through for another single. That makes it 31 to win now. Latvia second in 2024, second in 2025. And unless there's a dramatic turnaround here, they'll be finishing third in season 2026. Of course, I want to say labrit to all of our Latvian viewers who I'm sure are tuning in. Willing that there's a change in this game as Asif Ali drives, gets lucky again. Thick outside edge, balloons into no man's land, just a single. And so Kashyap trying very, very hard to make a change here. This is going to be another couple. In fact, it'll be more than that. It'll be 4 runs as Deanna Ryan opens up and takes Iceland 4 closer to victory. No matter what Latvia have tried, to try and cash up now, almost as a last resort. They just haven't been able to change the narrative of this game. So Iceland closing in on the win. But cricket's a marvellous game. Sometimes it can change quickly and unpredictably. Kashyap trying to be the instigator of that change. As he comes in, right arm round the wicket, Deanna Ryan swings down the leg side for a wide. Another run to Iceland. Battle of the northern neighbours, separated by sea, but brought together here in Warsaw, Poland for the Euro T20 Cup. Another ball slides down the leg side. Will be another wide for Kashyap. Last chance saloon, really. All 4 teams have played with immense heart this weekend, but there can only be one winner. There can only be 2 finalists. Deanna Ryan digs it out. Another single for Iceland. European cricketers, they're the hardiest cricketers in the world, I think. And when you get up to the north of Europe, I think it intensifies the tough conditions, the battle against the opponent, but they battle with the hard ball as well. Right-hander suits Kashyap a little bit more, slides across Asif Ali, a rare miss for Asif. Well, this is up, it's in the air. Fielder coming around. Can he reach it? He can't. And it's been the story of Asif Ali's innings so far. He's batted brilliantly well, but he's had that dash of luck when he's needed it. That was an aerial stroke. It was uncontrolled. It wasn't off the middle of the bat, but it does fall safely, and it takes us to the end of the 16th over, 160 without loss. So 22 required off the last 4 overs. Now, if you're Latvia, you're just trying to take it as deep as you can and try and force a finish. The way things are going, that's unlikely. But as we said earlier, things can change very, very quickly, especially if a wicket or 2 falls. Going to stick with Vasi, Oga Vasigaran. In the air, fielder caps, catches. Potential turning point late in the piece. He's got room to move out there, and it's the It's the 12th man, Cumberdia, that's taken the catch. They don't need to check it. He's well inside. So it's going to be the end of a brilliant innings. And Asif Ali will be remembered in Iceland cricket for many years to come for this 105. And it's the youngster, Logavasigaran, that's able to remove him after a wonderful knock. What an ovation for Asif. Couldn't quite carry his team all the way over the line. But Iceland, 1 foot in the final, thanks to that man. Here's Jotun at number 3, as we predicted. Yeah, Iceland bench saying almost, almost. So Jotun, famous gold pants and helmet combo. You couldn't hope for a better guy to come out there and polish off the last 20 runs with Jotun coming off a century yesterday, 121 not out. Is it a game changer, though? Still think you'll get these two. Get these two. You got 2 fresh batters out there. Maybe you've got a chance if you're a Latvian supporter. Deanna Ryan's just looking very comfortable picking up a runner ball at the moment. Jotun batting a slot higher. I think this is their top 3, though, Iceland. Assuming they do go on and play in the final. I don't think you mess with it. They finally got it right. They had that urgency in the first few overs that's maybe been missing. I think perhaps Jamli Fernando and Deanna Ryan at the top, they're just a bit too alike. And they needed something a little bit different. Yeah, something a little bit punchier at the top. See, the highest run chase was last night, actually. Poland chasing 175 against Lithuania. This will beat it. 182 the target. The ball change. Been a few of them in this series. Latvia staring down a 1 and 2 record. If they can't pull off the miracle defence here, got to try and keep it above that. Well, at the moment, it's not above a runner ball required, but 20 off 21. They need to create a couple of dots here, get that back in your favour, and then just try and win the mini battles. Just try and win that next battle. Driven nicely. Happy with a single. I just wonder, oh, geez, they'll get an overthrow. It's slightly poor from Latvia there. Needed someone backing up. They were already thinking about the next ball. Bounced on the pitch and took off. So they get 2. I wonder if it's the time that you consider to Deanna Ryan bringing the field back up and maybe cutting off those easy singles and making him do something a little bit different. I don't think you just want to bleed in singles from here. Jotun, though, he's new to the crease, but he's such a powerful hitter. He knows the situation though, and he knows that run a ball will get them home with time to spare.
He picked I cannot understand it. Bro, they need 18 runs to win. So after winning Iceland, okay, yes. What?
Nicked and dropped. Got one glove to it.
Yeah, but I told you to
Again,
hold on and you
I know it's difficult, and some balls come through low, but I think he might just be a bit close. That's twice that regulation Knicks have rushed the keeper, Ranjith Mutaneni, and Dianaran gets super lucky, dropped on 42. Not for the first time in this innings. After 17 overs, Iceland 165 for 1. Three centuries in the series now. 2 to Icelanders. Akshay Jotun, 121 not out yesterday in the first game of the day. Fahad Shakil of Poland, 146 not out in the last game of the day. And now 105 for Asif Ali. Jotun slams this one towards the fielder, and it's going to get away. It's going to be 4 runs. And Jotun tests the fielder. Fielder doesn't pass the test. Cash up coming back for another over. You almost need everything to go right if you're Latvia to have any chance from here. And this is not in the plan. Shivam Rajput. Any slim chances that Latvia had probably go with that misfield. Can Diona Ryan get his 50? I don't think he'll be too bothered as long as they chase the runs down. Diona Ryan back and hitting over the offside. Continues to accumulate. Iceland up in the 170s, 172 now.
Brother, 23 minutes ago. Yeah, they need 10 runs. Maybe 2 balls. You think 23 minutes is not enough? Oh, okay. I thought you were going to change the letter now. Yeah.
Oh, Kashyap finally gets a miss. Hoping for a little feather edge on that. 10 off 15. How deep can Latvia take this now? Can they get it even to the last over?
You can change it quickly. Or otherwise, after this ball, you can change it. You are better, okay? It's in your pocket, right? Is it 2 off, right?
This is beautifully worked off the back foot by Diana Ryan. He's got another boundary. Moves to 48. Well, he certainly deserves a 50, doesn't he, Derek? It's a great foil for Asif Ali while he was there. Now he's moved to 48 with just 6 required. Move to 49 and retain the strike with a chance to bring up his 50 and bring up the win. Coming up in the 19th over, because after 18 overs, it's 177 for 1. I think now I probably would just bring the field up and have like a power play field, just because your only chance is to create some dot balls. And even if it means you concede a boundary, well, you're probably going to lose at some point anyway. I'm going to go back to Siddhant Singhal.
I will tell you when to focus, okay? Now just do the normal.
And if you're Iceland, well, you're not trying to take it to the last over. You want to pick up the 5 runs this over and secure the win and your place in the final. 5 to win. DNR on 49. This one gets through and a walk one. I think this is off the bat. I think there's a little edge there, so it wasn't particularly convincing, but it will bring up his 50. An important innings from the Icelandic opener. Brings up his half century in 46 balls. Very different kind of innings to his opening partner, but very important nonetheless. An opening partnership of 160 has set up this win. And now Jotun, well, he can finish it with any boundary. 4 to win. 6 boundaries in Derek Yonarain's 50. Goes for it. Going. It's game, set, Maximo and Iceland are in their first ever international final. Jotun finishes it with a 6er. And they chase down the highest target in the tournament so far. The highest successful chase goes to Iceland to go with their highest first innings score yesterday. They end up doing it with 10 balls to spare. The final, by the way, will start in exactly an hour's time live here on ECN. But take a moment and appreciate Iceland. They had that rain-affected loss to Poland on the first day, and a lot of people might have been writing them off at that stage. But they have come back. They've done exactly what they've needed to do. They've won their other 2 games and won them comprehensively, beating Lithuania by 64 and then beating Latvia with 10 balls to spare to set up a Poland versus Iceland final in the Euro Cup T20 2026. That innings was dominated by Asif Ali, who had a bit of luck, but you know what they say in the classics, you make your own luck. 105 before he was caught on the boundary by Himalay Kambadia, the 12th man. 105 or 58, 13 fours and 4 maximos for Asif. Ryan was very important as well. 50 not out of 46 with 6 boundaries. Jotun finished things off with 15 not out, and Iceland got there in the 19th over. Not too much luck for Latvia in the field. They did have some opportunities they couldn't quite hold on to. Best of the bowlers was probably Noga Vashigaran Ramesh, the youngster. 1 for 14 late in the piece, including the only wicket of the innings, but it just wasn't to be. Latvia, obviously great to have them in the tournament. I'm sure they'll be back again. That dream to lift the trophy will have to wait at least another year. We'll take a break, then we're back in 1 hour with the final. Keep your eyes peeled to the ECN website for the toss news and all the lineups. And let us know what your prediction is for the final, which will close things out here in Poland for the weekend. Vinny Standing here, Mr. Maximo. We'll take a break and we'll be back in 1 hour for the decider. You're watching ECN, and this is the Polish Europe T20 Cup. Malfunction? Euro T20 Cup. I just normally have more time to think, so I like pause. I'm like, my brain was like, so we can jump on lineups and stuff, hopefully. And the top, even the toss soon at ASP will be good.
You've lost the camera bar, right, as well? Yeah, I told him to switch off.
see you off. Thanks, man. Cheers, thanks. Yeah.
Boys this year. Good healthy run rate coming in on 8.6.
You want to have it out on display?
Just played to win. I was just for enough.
Use stable here.
See me feel is that nice your crisp nuggets with both. I'm sure you enjoyed having no food. So absolutely nothing. Tell them close. Okay, that's collected just a little bit. Down next side. No mercy shown there by the batter as he hooks that one all the way along the deck for another boundary. 4 runs. Great shot there. Really good shot there. And immediately he goes to 8 and he's top scorer currently in this Corker 11 lineup. The 50 up as well. 50 for 2. On to complete 6th over.
What's over on Sunday?
Bowler now deciding to change his angle to left-hander.
Got no water, so it can't be sanitisation.
Test here.
That up there. No water, still coming.
Sounds a bit like New Zealand.
No, it's not static. It was fine last week, yeah. I think they had a similar sort of issues.
I reckon he can get this one. Single.
It's got its
Going into the next over. The 6th over.
so off his
51
computer
for 2.
microphone.
That's it.
Still
Yeah.
thinks
That's exactly what it is.
so that we get that start of this previous over. And then a couple of boundaries, 9 runs off the overs, ready to scoring. They have lost both their openers and the seeing Simone Moore missed 6 runs. Sort them out.
Just in the field, we let you know when there's like substitutes coming on and off with us. Like if he probably you will be prepared because he has a huge he's got up. He has the transport still shit. He got hit by feet. And then
He's now the power play. He's 7th over about to start. Just moving around that field. The bowler wants them. They can drop the field and outfielder Egyptians. You have a little bit here.
Yes, mate.
Would you mind doing a short presentation something up
Yeah, I can do that if you want me to.
Yeah, because we will hand over the trophy and everything to management.
I can help you with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, Madhu, we will do it.
If you're happy.
Yeah,
I'm happy to do it if you want me to.
because we got it and we all want you to do
No
it.
problem, no problem. I'm happy to do that. Okay, yeah.
I don't think we'll tell anyone.
Yeah, it's a long way there.
I'll just brief you
Yeah, so you can even like,
about the members who
yes, you can even if you want to write it down
yes,
in the break,
I'll do it, yeah.
then
So,
I
who will give what?
Okay, perfect. If you give me a piece of paper with it,
Yes.
I'm happy. Okay, that's
More than enough or something else you want?
We don't want
Any other trophies?
We don't want to.
Come on, this is don't take anything.
Just gonna go silent for a moment, folks. Just gonna check a couple of
You are our guests.
So make sure we
Help yourself.
one day will just go by for a moment.
You can export it.
sub, you get no credit.
I don't
As
get
your
any
sub.
credit.
7. What double
It's gonna start picking you. Yeah, it's a bit unfair.
So you don't go in this into the sub.
In general, in the cricket statistics, they don't count catches as sub as catches. But at least you got the video. Good.
Ah, but I'm also curious because it says dismissals 2, catches 0.
That's on our platform. That's the Crick Heroes, I guess. Is it Crick Heroes?
Yeah.
So it might give you some for that.
No, I mean I'm not here, but I'm just curious because it says 4 dismissals with 3 catches. So maybe it's like a run out.
Must have been a run out. You're half the run out,
Right?
maybe.
again. Just pushed away for another 6. So just a couple of things that we get with that following stuff. So just 3 this year.
The only way to improve it is run outs. Like this, like in the NFL, there's sacks. I give 0.5 run outs to each fielder if there's 2. Otherwise, I don't have enough.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, what's wrong with having half a run out? It's fine. Like, it's
Interesting. That first though, just
Yeah.
one run.
And normally you don't count them anyway. Runouts actually technically don't belong to anyone.
Yeah, but
Actually,
here is
it's
something.
that. There's no like, the never time it's
Just
just
holding back my shot.
because they just don't think that way. They never did at the beginning.
because yeah, by definition, there's multiple people involved. Doesn't kind of add together nicely. But like in NFL, if the 2 guys bring down the quarterback for like a sack, the 2 tacklers each get like 0.5 of that
Let's
sack.
mention it from the field of everything to that though, unfortunately.
Bill's trying to find his
Pretty much in front of square there, as that went just slightly behind the point reaches.
So they share a
Sort of
sack.
more of a
Yeah, share a sack, yeah.
Gets that
but
wicket, massive,
you
massive
don't need to
wicket.
connect anything to the
Yeah, no,
with this. Go to the audio
Crucially, force the
of
ball
the
for
document.
the bowler
exactly, the
to do anything.
microphone.
Okay.
Just
Yep.
the top of stump.
So
So,
that's how we've been doing it. I'll stay away from him because he's fucking useless. And what either you and I have that or that as well. Doesn't matter who
it's
Wait a minute, you can go to
big run partnership. Just over 6
So that's how we've been doing it.
Very long, very
Yep.
honest.
Obviously have a nice background. Probably the field in the background is nicer than a fucking tin shoe like messy.
Enjoy it now.
Spin it round. I also sent
Reading
them
a sigh
some
of
video.
relief that they've got a new bat to the crease.
Yeah. So if you can
It is,
then
it
go
is very handy.
connect
So,
WhatsApp onto the
you need to
laptop,
replace it.
download it,
With
and then
Put it as input.
put it as a new input, and then just throw that in like at the start or every now and again.
So
Every
it's
year
like
you can
hitting
just-
loop.
City play a lot.
Yeah, you can make it a loop, or you can just sort of. It's like a what is it?
Leads
8
all
or
around the
9,
ground.
10-second
It's all
video.
felt.
Mhm.
Long
So you can
levers,
just sort of.
golden
So
length,
if you
couple
need to
wickets.
speak about
Correct,
Okay.
correct. Just throw it in there every now and again.
Yeah.
Maybe once, maybe twice.
Yeah.
And then you can see it and go, oh, this is what they're playing
Gets
for.
himself off the
Okay.
I started doing it, but then your WhatsApp's not connected there, so.
Oh, okay.
That's easy to do.
So this is James.
No, this
No?
is me. I'd sent the WhatsApp in thinking that you would be connected and I could just quickly download it and get it all set up for you.
Yeah.
But
I'll
no.
check.
Second to set it, seeing it's pretty set.
All submitted.
Oh, got it, mate.
All done.
Pushes this one.
Everything. We're all. It's nice when you have an hour in between fucking matches. That's for sure.
Come back 7, we've got it.
Yeah.
Where is this guy?
He's still here.
Quick roll around there.
People?
Once he played, good quick run, good call as well. Still
Can
got
we-
his skates a little bit, but the pickup and shine
Now
did go
we
straight to
have
the
20
player.
minutes. We have to start
that would have been curtains. Absolute curtains.
casting test and camera setting.
And well backed up.
Okay, so I can check. Yeah.
Sometimes you just got to take these little moments. Take the little risks, keep that scoreboard ticking. Lord Nelson, 111 on the board. Slow Yorker, who was outside the off. Didn't cause the batter too many issues. Just pushed away for a single. Lord Nelson, 111 goes up to 112 for 4. One down to complete the 13th. That
Is it
expected score still
Not,
at the
yeah, that was the
170s.
issue. It is settings.
Sounds down now.
Is it
Expect these two just to sort of settle in for the next few overs. The score. Got Manjeet Singh set to come in next. And Kikuma keeper is also due to come in. Still Lord Gorka. That is wide ball. And it's in the extras. Almost 31 extras total so far. 24 wide deliveries have been bowled. Some Giants have a look at that. Senior players and ask a few questions about how did that happen.
Oh, sure.
It's a lot of wide
Yeah,
deliveries.
I've been going for an hour 10.
Ball two. And again,
Finishing the 13th over. Fuck's sake.
and better delivery. Once again, just backward a point for a quick single. 114 for 4 after 13.
Yeah.
This game going nicely.
Press play and let's see what it looks like.
Nice little move between batter and bowler. Just give each other a bit of a hello, high five. Game's played in Portugal was played in very good spirits. You're lucky enough to be in Portugal
That's
several
alright, isn't
times
it?
to watch or to call the European Cricket Series.
Put an ad over the top of it when it fucks up.
As well. A couple of night series, a couple of day series.
If you accidentally throw something in,
Players know each other.
I
this
can
actually needs to be refreshed because that's like
Love
Yeah,
their
an
cricket
hour,
style.
an hour behind. But if I accidentally fuck up, I just throw an ad on
see
over
that.
the top. That's it.
Good move.
Extreme.
That's all.
I'm very sure that there will be only ads when I'm.
Series.
Just press the ads all
Going against
time.
the teams.
Yeah. Hello? Yeah. Everything. Okay, all those. Just check. Yeah, all good. Very good. So the cameras are on.
What if them starts running?
Okay, that's on.
Gets a wicket straight through, goes down 10 oils. Just celebrate. We'll,
Brother, 13 minutes. Yeah. But we have to be there 2 minutes early because we are going to be 2 minutes early.
Fine, remember, don't hold a race right. Go back to a fight. Shut up. You have to put your But I gotta be neutral.
just under 14.
That should be good. Yeah, that's right. Ah, yeah,
Really, is that true? Yeah, is that true? They have some chicken biryani, so they're
Not super hungry.
So you know Mauritius has become a CC associate member?
Really?
Mauritius?
Oh, I saw that. Was that new?
Tries to kick that
Recently?
Magic gives bowler. Says, yeah, well,
Poland, Latvia, also got rejected.
Yes.
Give me a look. Who got rejected?
Names I don't even know.
Colombia.
Yeah, Colombia is okay, but what's the other country?
Burundi.
Burkina Faso.
Burkina Faso from Africa. Burundi is in like, looks like
That sounds pretty African country. South America.
Burundi is East Africa.
East Africa.
Burkina Faso is West Africa. West Africa.
More African stuff, no? That's Central
Pretty
Africa.
shit for Poland up there. So I think like people like Croatia got it. Right? Poland, they still have this issue with like organised competitions.
They got the throw.
Organised competitions.
Just for a thought.
Yeah, he's telling me that it's like women's stuff.
Yeah, that's off them. That's pretty shit that you can't start.
But
How do you start fitness
on
men?
side.
You look at actual women's cricket, boys and men's cricket.
Yeah,
Afghanistan,
Yeah,
that's
that's
pretty good.
But you also if you want that village cricket better, you can move to yes.
It's a bit hypocritical, right? These guys, I think, want to come in here and take this and fucking put a Reese sticker over the top of that. Because this is the championship.
serving behind until their last wicket will be done.
Next week's game, Ramallah half a win behind us. And then by next week,
Yeah, and their run rate is much better. That's why
they had a tie though.
yeah.
Well, they had a tie, so it's like 1 point behind.
And
2 points behind.
excuse me, Lisbon Super Giants getting back on top here. Walker 11 with 3 overs ago, looking really, really good. With Amandeep Kokar and Sandeep Singh put together a good 50-odd run partnership, just looking really solid. Now, well, they've
Yeah,
both
watching
gone.
that
Then some.
yesterday,
So it's 6 wickets down, 118 on the board. We start the 15th already.
Instruction.
mate, watching Aussie
Now,
back,
this over.
he stuck his bat out.
Good bashman, buddy.
How are you? Good enough.
Nice to see you.
Pitch.
His head following the ball onto his back.
Even if he's not looking at the moment, it's just that he definitely sticks it out in an effort to obstruct. Just giving himself a chance to obstruct. But the other issue you have with that is like, who's meant to see it? Both umpires be focused probably on their own ends. You know what I mean? And so it's like, without the replay, I think it was a very good call when they gave that. You're hardwired to give a guy the benefit of the doubt or something like that, you know?
Yeah, I know. But
Get back to the stumps. Somebody
rules there.
Yep.
Potential through for a run out.
What is it? Might have to ask for luck there. He's got a spare.
You need charge.
Can I do? does it, but you just check anyway. Yeah. So once the first inning finish, I will put that up.
Goes to the big
Once
swing.
inning finish,
It has
it's
struck on the pad right
flat
in
out.
front.
And
It was the
then
wrong shot
we will bring the
selection.
cameras over
Making
here. We
Kumar
will
his
put the
eyes
blind
lit up when he
boots
saw
over
the
there.
length at all. So
Yeah,
that
we'll
gentle
probably set it
steering
up.
with it
I'm looking for that
just
direction.
completely directly in front. I was watching cricket.
Which way? I mean, you're better off shooting it, moving the table and shooting it that way.
Correct.
Yeah.
So the
A bit
background
low,
is
8
the
feet false,
Yep.
125 on the board in the halfway through the 16th. And the rest to Kamara Ahmed's over. This is Titan with one and a wicket. So wicket stumbling here. Gorka in trouble. In trouble with also absolute damage.
Isn't VIP here? Is Vipple here?
No, it's such a award ceremony. I'll take glory. We'll get you mic'd up with the mini mic, and the mini mic's attached to the main camera, and then I'm on the roaming camera, so he's got 2 points of view. For the main camera, will have wide shot with you and all the players and everything, and then I'll do the close-ups.
Okay.
You do
Stick
the
around that at your person. Silly. Don't try to put everything out of the ground. Bat sensibly, Gorka.
Let's fucking do it, boys.
Can't afford to get bowled in.
This is what we came here for.
Get out of here.
What a well that we had. I didn't thought that we can pull off that all 3 days.
I didn't think so.
after the first game.
Yeah.
That's pretty flat. That super small. About 900 back. The offside of the onside. There's not any chance of quickly singles from shots that don't come in effect. It's incredible stuff. Interview over as well. Watch this one more time. Know too much about that. Shahan Khan on the stumps knocks stumps over just to make sure that it was that foot down, that back foot does look down to me, so he's okay. That's the end of an excellent over. What a great over. 1 run from it. A wicket falls as well. 125 for 8 versus 16. Lovely spot the scores. Tumbled from the 170s down to the 150s in the last 2 overs. Have lost wickets plenty here. We're 109 for 4 after 12.2 overs.
Nice walk, I guess.
Let's go.
Let's go. Lost 4 wickets. 16 runs in about 3.5 overs.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Umpires, when you're ready.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Warsaw as we get ready for a little bit of cricket history as it is time for the final of this Euro T20 Cup. It's going to be a really exciting game, no doubt about that. Poland 3-0 through the group stage, went undefeated, including a win over Iceland in their very first game, the first game of the tournament. DLS affected result, winning by 15 runs in the end, a game that went just a tick over 12 overs. And of course, Iceland, their opponents in this decider. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with you. And it's great to have your company. It's the magnificent 7 games of the Euro T20 Cup 2026 coming your way on ECN. Poland did the hard work yesterday, had the double header, had to play back-to-back, but at least they got the morning off. Can't say the same for Iceland, who had to battle to get here, chasing down 182 to get the win against Latvia. That was pretty much a sudden death match to qualify for the final.
Was that?
I'll show the profits.
Go for it.
Of course, the 2 teams will be playing for that magnificent Euro T20 Cup, and of course some individual awards as well there for batters and bowlers. Also an MVP, the overall tournament, and the player of the final will be awarded trophies. So it's going to be a big afternoon. Weather-wise, well, good to say right now that the rain has stopped, so we don't have any rain right now. But I suppose you never know. It's been that kind of a weekend. And this is interesting. Iceland got taken apart in the first over of the tournament by Majid. Dushan Bandara was bowling left-arm pace. But it looks like Iceland are going to spin first up. And this hasn't been tried in this entire tournament. Majid had a rest in the previous game for Poland yesterday afternoon. They did squeak out a win over Lithuania, though. Lithuania made them work for it. Boasting 174. Poland, thanks to a magical 146 from Fahad Shakil, ended up chasing it down in less than 10 overs, quite unbelievably. But it's not Fahad Shakil that's out there. It's Mars Sheikh. And there are a few injury concerns, I think, around Shakil. That's why they didn't open him here. He tends to like to bat in the middle order. Actually had a century at 7 a couple of years ago in this tournament. Poland winning the toss and electing to bat here in the final. So almost ready to get going, and they're going for both the first. So this is I suppose the surprise move, and they're going to open with spin, and they're going to try and disrupt the natural rhythm of Majid. Let's see if it works. It's a bit of a gamble. I think it's a gamble worth taking. Iceland, they are underdogs in this game. And let's not forget, last year, Iceland had the opportunity to win the trophy, had to beat Poland in the last game. But Poland got a big win and took that trophy away. There's the Professor David Cook getting ready. We're all ready. Here we go with the final. And Majid gets a ball outside off and pumps the first one over the boundary. Maximal. It's one thing to bowl spin, but then you got to get it right. I don't think you can get this short to Majid. Not a huge turner of the ball, both that. And he pays the full penalty. 6 runs and a Maximo to get the ball rolling. Also, I wonder how many times both has bowled with the new ball. Maybe a slightly different feel in his fingers as well. Goes for it again, up in the air. Fielder can't get there. Long on, long off back at the moment. Majid's a very nice straight bat hitter, and so they're trying to force him to play around those long on, long off fielders. There's a big gap in the middle, though, I will say. Marshak will be facing up now. I also wonder, honestly, I probably would open with David Cook if this works. It's a big gamble, but I'd be tempted to do it. I've seen it work before when openers have to play off-speed bowling, but you need to be accurate. Otherwise, it doesn't matter who you bowl. Or bowled. There's Cook. There's an interesting argument against it, I suppose, in that you might not be able to swing the ball later on if it's already roughed up. But there hasn't been a huge amount of swing at all this weekend. Majid faces up. Tempted into a stroke outside off stump. Swing and a miss. You can already feel this is a different vibe with this tactic to Majid. This is again. Iceland obviously have thought about this pretty deeply. Won't want a third dot, tell you that much. Oh, that one drops on him. Geez, that's a good over. Except for the first ball. Both that was kind of all over the bats there. Into the first, it's 8 without loss. Well, welcome to everyone coming back in the chat as well. ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have you with us. Let us know what you thought of the tactic of Iceland to open with spin. See, I think honestly, I'd be pretty tempted to go spin again and go with Cook. They're going to go for Jotun, who'd be the regular second over bowler. And he is a match winner. There's no doubt about that. But I think if you asked, particularly Margin, who's been the most dynamic of these two in the tournament, if you asked him who he'd rather face, I think he'd rather face Pace On. I suppose you are also limited by the fact that each bowler can only bowl 4 overs. And they didn't want to go too spin heavy up front. Actually, Jotun, century of his own yesterday. Now he's got the ball in his hand. It's with a push and run. Picks up a single. But really, Margin's such an ace at the top of the pack, isn't he, for Poland? And he's never really gone on with it in the tournament. Top score of 32 off 9. He hasn't faced 10 balls or more in any innings in the tournament. So it's a big rep for someone that hasn't actually faced 10 balls. But if you actually saw the balls he did face, you'd know why. He's got the reputation. As he's going to launch this one high and out of the ground. Maximo! Pace on Majidon. As that was comfortably over the ropes. Yeah, Jotun bowling what would be normally considered a pretty good ball at this stage, but Margin backs his hands. Slams it out of the ground.
Where's the cheerleaders out?
I wonder if they're, after that first ball of Jotun to Margin, if they're questioning their decision to put the pace back on the ball. Also noticed that Iceland have left out their third spinner, Prabhath Wirasuria. They're pretty much sticking with two left arm tweakers. Yes, both teams side by side in their dugouts for the final. Not a good ball, just pretty good take or stop by Fernando. An awkward second bounce. One thing I really like about this pitch is the artificial run-ups as well. So it means that even though this field's had a lot of rain, and normally those run-ups would be churned up, but you can see Jotun is able to start on the synthetic surface. Around the wicket here. Jotun trying to change the angle up. Margin's gone. And Jotun gets the last word. Goes right arm around the wicket. And for the second time this weekend, Margin's middle stump is uprooted from the base. It's a big wicket early, a big moment for Iceland in their first ever international final. Well, the Bales head skywards and Margin heads benchwards. And again, Margin's desire to score quick runs brings him undone. He's the first to fall, 16 for 1. Good bowlers find a way, don't they? We're questioning whether Jotun was the right move in the second over or whether they should have stuck with spin. And I'd be interested to maybe still see that one more time. Exactly where Margin gets it wrong. He seemed to be trying to hit this leg side, didn't he? And he's so good. Look at where his body ends up very square on. And that ball's hitting middle stump. He's good enough to hit that ball straight for 6. But he just got a little bit greedy. Tried to pull it. And we'll have to watch the rest of this innings from the sidelines. New batter comes out, Charanjit Mohan. Will do the keeping in this game. It's another change, isn't it, for Poland? Simranjit Singh has been keeping during this tournament, but he's not in the side today. One hand, one bounce action. And Iceland buoyed by that early wicket. It's got to be the Farhad Shakil factor as well. Where will he bat? Surely bats 4. I don't think you bat him lower than that. Good seed. That's that slower ball from Jotun. If you go back to the final in 2024, that's the last time that there actually was a final. Poland were taking on Latvia. Poland won 211 to 139. Maschak scored a 50 in that game. 54 off 39. And Farhad Shakil with a 15-ball 50 late in the piece to get them up over that 200. So Poland won't be too rattled by that opening, but it's the end of the second over, 16 for 1. And now with Margit gone, looks like they're going back to their regular plan. So Dushan Bandara will come on to bowl the third over. I don't mind that either. I think that it was a specifically Margit-centered plan to bowl spin. Both bowled a pretty good over. But I think now that Margit's out the way, they feel, okay, Keenan, you can settle into the middle and work in tandem with your spin twin, David Cook, again. Let's go with over number 3 then. In the Goldilocks zone, 57% winning percentage for Poland. Jack pushes, doesn't get a run. It's Asmari Samwari. We call it the Goldilocks zone whenever the win percentage is at 40, 60 or closer. Wow, wasn't the best ball. It wasn't played too well either. Shaq turned the face. On the fumble, they're going to take on the 2. That's very good running. Iceland had some issues in the field earlier against Latvia. They let a few catches go down. I suppose Latvia did just the same. So Iceland got out of jail on that occasion. Bandara. Is that a little bit too wide? I mentioned there has been a lot of swing in this series. Could be a fact of the type of the balls being used, but also when the balls get kind of a bit waterlogged, they typically don't do too much in the air. Well bowled, but Shaq does well to drop it down for a single. This innings has got an hour 45 in Portugal. An hour 45. Mohan turns away. There's David Cook. See him back on the field. Spent a bit of time off the field in the previous game. And paved the way for Jacob Robinson, the super sub, to come on and take a couple of sensational catches. Short. Marshak pulls this away. And it will go all the way. Maximo. Too short from Bandara. Mars shoots from the hip and sends it down to the ground. Yes, good look at the trophies as well. So look at me. Hello. That's where I am in the shed. Got the special VIP seat. Last ball of the over. Mandara gets the chance to reply. Better ball. Better shot as well. Hit with a bit of intent by Mars Shaq. He'll pick up a single and he'll pick up the strike at the end of 3 overs. Poland 28 for 1 and a very even opening to this final. Good to see you back with us Paolo Campini. Let us know how the volume's going. Hopefully you can hear me and say well done once again to everyone for their efforts getting us up and running today in some pretty tough circumstances. The rain and damage that we had to the equipment. Edged, and Marshak will collect the boundary. Not very convincing. And Jotun wins the moral battle, but as always, getting away from the field. Asif Ali, century earlier today, has had to pick it off the fence. Jotun will get his chance with the bat later, potentially. Made a short appearance in that successful chase earlier in the day. Funny, Poland win the toss and elect to bat, and I think that's what they wanted to do. And fair enough. But if you asked Iceland, I'm sure they wanted to bowl first. I'm sure they wanted to chase. They're one team that I think need a bit of a target to know how to pace their innings correctly. They made the decision to shuffle Asif Ali to the top. Turned out to be the right move. I think Iceland want to know exactly how many they're chasing. The guys like Jotun can manage the chase. Bit of an appeal, but it seemed like any bat on it, and it was wide of the line. So I think, yeah, both teams happy with the toss result. Pitched up. Little chip back past the bowler is both that. But then the next question would be, how many are Iceland capable of chasing down? Okay, they do have the highest score of this tournament. Scored 214 against Lithuania yesterday. Shake plays down the wrong line there. We'll go to the history between these two teams. Last year, Poland set Iceland 213 for victory in what ultimately would decide who won the trophy. Iceland were held to 122. Now, earlier in the week, Poland set Iceland 200. Good delivery once again from Jotun. He's up and going now. And so earlier in the tournament, very first game, in fact, Poland scored 199 off their 20 overs. Iceland had a slow start and it came back to bite them a little bit. The game was reduced to 17 overs. They caught up a little bit when play resumed. And then the game was stopped again after 12.1 overs, and Iceland were behind by 15 runs. So they weren't able to get the win there. And I suppose we'll be happy they get another crack at the polls and a chance to lift their country's first silverware. End of the fourth over, and Poland 35 for 1. Hello, Rajavira Sami to bowl. He's been pretty good in the series as well. His hands on the field earlier on. Mohan. One criticism of his batting in this series is he has been reasonably slow with his scoring rate. In the first game against Iceland, he batted 3. Did fine, 35 off 28. Suppose next time we saw him, he scored 16 off 24. Found it hard to get going. Then he sat the last game out against Lithuania. Sami beats the bat. Sammy did take 2 wickets against Poland in match number 1. It was quite expensive, conceding 40 off 3 overs. Took 2 for 29. Next game out, that was against Lithuania. And then in the decider, essentially, this morning, Sammy went wicketless for 23. So he's had a bit of a mixed time with the ball. But it didn't bounce quite as high as Marshak thought. This one will be called a wide. Sammy doesn't like it. Line ball call. Hey, you can see Fahad Shakil's broken into the most Maximos list in the last month. He's done that in just a couple of days. 24 Maximos for Poland in this Euro T20 Cup. Pitched up. Shark will find the fielder, but will be able to get the single. I wonder if someone like a Jotun or Asif Ali get a few more sixes that they might break into that list as well. You can see no particular pattern with 3 teams winning first and 3 teams winning second in the 6 games so far. Well, gets a bit of bat on that. Lucky does. Mohan, I think, just starting to feel the pressure a little bit. Where will they bat Shakil? Does have a century at number 7. We've said that a few times. Added 6 in the first game. Added 4 in the second game and opened in the third game. Coming off 79 and 146 yesterday. A little bit uppish there from Sheikh. And he beats the fielder, and that'll be 4. Cuatro carreras, and takes us to the end of the 5th over. 43 for 1. Sammy just getting this slightly wrong. Only slightly, but it was in towards the body. It was uppish. But Cook's never catching that. Good effort. Runs away to the boundary. It's not a bad day's work, is it? I had Shakil yesterday. 79 plus 146. So 225 runs in the day. Crazy stuff. Just 79 balls. And he hit 23 Maximos. Pretty good day with the bat. Here's Bandara back to bowl over number 6. Last of the power play. Oh, another one that doesn't get up quite as far as the batter thought. Mohan, 3 off 10. Not the kind of guy you'd want to retire out, but you might think about it if he continues to struggle, given some of the firepower you've got on the bench. It'll be called. And let's not forget, in that game against Latvia yesterday, it was a huge partnership for the last wicket. 58 runs in the last 3 overs, and that was 7 down. Hussein Safdar and Rahul Sharma. That just shows you that they do bat all the way down, Poland. Oh, Mohan's had enough. He's going to try and take it on. Well, 4 fielders coming, and it's caught by the bowler. It's Dushan Bandara with a captain's catch. Well, there were 4 people around that could have caught that, 5 if you include the umpire. But Dushan has picked up the wicket, and Mohan burns a bunch of balls for not too much. Out for 3 off 11. He's had car crash written all over it. It's the Bermuda Square. 1, 2, 3, 4. Catchimo. And Bandara. I just feel like you would have had to have knocked him over physically to stop him catching it, because he was focused on grabbing that pill. Mohan disappointed with his innings. He's the second to fall. It's 44 for 2. Khizar comes in at number 4. He's had a pretty good tournament as well with about 47. And the top score for Poland in the first game. Missed out yesterday. Was out for 1 in their first game and 17 in the second. He's got the opportunity here at number 4. I think they kind of like Shaquille around the 10 over mark. You're trying to manage him a little bit. But he is still a big player that we are yet to see for Poland. But Bandara, what a good catch. A lot of buzz about Shaquille in the chat, but you'll have to wait because Arali keeps that number 4 position. Poland noses ahead on the supercomputer. Arali off the mark. See the top keeper a moment ago, Simranjit Singh for Poland, but he's not in the lineup today. Some interesting choices in there. No CP, Chandra Prakash Rai left out of the side as well. They prefer Usman Butt. And Poland have won this tournament 4 out of the 5 times that it has been held. Full toss, Shake has to drive it through cover, gets thick outside edge. Will collect a single. Yeah, their first EU T20 Cup was played in 2016. It was always hosted in Poland. Poland won it 2016 and 2018. Ukraine actually won back in 2017. In a bit of a hiatus for fairly obvious reasons. Good to see it was brought back in 2024 where Poland won, and then they defended the trophy last year. And both of the last years, Latvia have come second. Well, Latvia have come third this year. Iceland will do no worse than second. Their best finish in the Euro T20 Cup. Of course, they want to hold the trophy aloft tonight. Last ball, the power play. Short of a length, just dropped at his feet. Mars will come through for a single, and that's the end of the 6-over power play. Poland 48 for 2. Yeah, just chatting to some of the Iceland players and some of the management earlier, they were saying, you know, we're really proud of this achievement because it's made us realize how far we've come. And I know that certainly in the last few years, it's gone from 3 teams in Iceland to 4, now 5 teams in the domestic competition. A lot of resources being thrown at the game there. A lot of enthusiasm. I mean, they are so isolated. If you don't know where Iceland is, look them up on the map. They are the very northwest tip of Europe, surrounded by sea. Here's Virasamy ready to bowl his second over. Shaik mentioned he got a 50 in the final in 2024. In 2024, it was the same format as this, with 6 matches and a final. Last year, there were 10 matches that ran over 4 days because there was a 5th team. Ukraine were part of the action last year. And so there wasn't a final. It was just whoever was top of the table. Shaik with a nice looking cover drive. Bit of a card-carrying half volley, though, from Virasamy. Still well played. They'll get a couple. Well fielded out there by Sawari as well. 50's up for Poland in the 7th over. Field can go back now, of course. We're out of the 6-over power play. And I have a feeling after 7 or 8 overs, it'll be the left-arm spin twins taking over. Edged and wide of the keeper. That's going to run away. 4 runs and lucky runs for Shake. For the first time today, a keeper's been hurried by an outside edge, but this was fairly far away from Fernando. He showed himself to be a pretty adept gloveman. We're 2 hours into this game, just started the second innings. Here's Virasamy. Tempted Yorker. Jake does have a really nice straight back technique. You often tell someone's got a good technique by how they hit the ball through mid-on and how that bat comes down. Some of the numbers this tournament. 31 runs, the most runs in an over. It was Shaquille last night against Lithuania, went absolutely berserk. Iceland have the highest chase and the highest total in this competition. This is good running once again. Israeli knocks it down for a couple. And it's funny, except for the rain-reduced first game, you need to have made 200 to win if you're batting first. Because there's been 3 successful chases. 109 wasn't enough, 174 wasn't enough, 181 wasn't enough. So what that tells me is that you better get a good score on the board. The two totals that have been defended, 207 and 214. Well bowled. Nice. Drives it back at the bowl. It doesn't get a run into the 7th over. 10 off that one. And Poland 58 for 2 after 7. Well, they're going to go to Cook now in the 8th over. They've already bowled 1 over at Botha. I wonder if they're going to go to the twin left arm spin options. Cook, known as the Professor, due to his deep cricket knowledge. I love his little pose there. Almost looks like a professor who's angry at you because you haven't handed in your assignment on time. Anyway, here we go with over number 8. Fraction wide and a touch short. Come back for 2. Again, the hustle's been there between the wickets. Cook is the slowest through the air of any spinner in the tournament, I think. But he's very, very accurate. Poland still noses ahead. Flatter this time from Cook. Those 2 balls have been a little bit short, I think. Oh, geez. Tough take for the keeper. Luckily, there was backup there. You can see Cook, top wicket taker in the tournament with 5. That's better. That's better as a fraction full, and Shank was lucky to get the bottom of the bat down on it. So that's the kind of length and the kind of flight that might invite the batter out of his crease to play a stroke, which adds some risk. Also, adds some potential upside for the batter. Excellent bowling. Right back on it now. John Gray with 5 cookie emojis saying cookie time. I know David's got a few fans in the chat. It's a bit wider this time. Doesn't beat the field. Oh, breaking news from Chris Smith. Apparently, Brendan McCullum has been sacked as England Test coach, but will retain his white ball role. Sacked from the Test coaching role with immediate effect. Well, Chris wouldn't give us any fake news. Well bowled. That's his spot, isn't it? Look it over from Cook. Only goes for 5. Professor's in the house. End of the 8th over. 63 for 2. Here comes Botha. So they do go left armers in tandem. Wesley worked away to backward square. Oh, almost some confusion between the batters there. Settle for 1 in the end. Iceland have really tried to use their fielding as a point of difference. We said that, they're a bit disappointed, I think, to drop so many catches earlier on in the day. Tough conditions, though. Both are probably not quite as accurate as David Cook. Still a very clever bowler in his own right. A little bit quicker through the air in general. Can't stop this one. Just a single conceded. Another one gets past Keenan. I don't think it's going to be being a goalkeeper for the Iceland national football team anytime soon. It's a pretty good over. Really tosses this one up. Guess I probably should have hit it for 6 instead. You have to settle for the single. Didn't want to put it down the throat of the fielder. He could fence this over. All ones. And it'll be 6 singles in the over. So both that. Keeping the ball on the field. That's the end of 9. And Poland 69 for 2. There's no doubt for me, if they lose a wicket now, they'll send in Shaquille. Approaching the halfway point of the innings. I suppose what that does as well, it gives these two a license, and probably Kizarali in particular, a license to attack a little bit more. Cook comes back. And I said this earlier, with Iceland, you know what you're going to get in the middle of the innings. You're going to get a bunch of left arm spin, but you still have to play it. Jack faces up on 35. Uses his feet nicely and drives handsomely through cover. That'll run away for 4. That's good batting. That's probably the way to mess up the length of Cook, who's pretty predictable. And he's almost always full, isn't he? He's slow enough to get down to. The key is then kind of holding your shape and not playing a slog. Cook kind of nods and he acknowledges, yeah, it's a good shot. You know, sometimes You get hit by a good shot, and that's the way it is. See how Cook reacts. Lights it again. He's not scared to toss it up. This is dug out behind point. That'll run away for another boundary. So this field may be quickening up a touch as Shark moves into the 40s. Let's not forget that he's a big game player, Mars Shark. Haven't seen too much of him this week. But he did score 54 against Latvia in the final in 2024. Maybe he's saving his best for the final again this year. Flatter one this time. Turned around the corner, no run. Walking stick 77 for Poland. Still slight favourites. It's well bowled. That's his spot right there. He's able to get that ball to drop out of the sky very quickly, Cook. Oh, he's gone. He's misjudged that one, and Shark won't score a 50 in the final this time. It did just straighten down the line, him on the back leg. Let's check it out. Again, we don't have a perfect angle. Where does that ball pitch? That's probably my question. Does it pitch in line? Not really climbing that much by the time it hits the leg. Umpire didn't think it was going over. He's in the best position to judge, and he thought that all the criteria had been satisfied. So, big wicket by the Professor here in the final as he gets Shark. LBW for 43. The height, see, I don't think that's going over. It's still below the bails. It's almost there. Actually, if I had to say one thing I was a little bit unsure about, it was where the ball actually pitched, whether it pitched outside leg or not. But there's really no way to tell unless you're right in line with middle stump to middle stump. Cook, one of the great celebrators of this Iceland team, comes up with the big breakthrough. But here we go now with the leading wicket taker to be taking on the leading run scorer in the tournament as Shaquille comes to the crease. The battle of the Titans. Cook will have one ball at Farhad Shaquille, coming off 146 not out yesterday, plus 79 earlier that day. 225 runs. That's what you call a good Saturday. And really, I don't think it's too dramatic to say that whoever wins this final might come down to how Shaquille goes. He was next level destructive yesterday. They chased down over 170 in under 10, which was insane. And it was really all Shaquille. What, 146 of those runs? I think the key to Shaquille is you want to tempt him early. You've got the field back. And, yeah, I think Cook will know this. He'll flight it. He'll say, come on, take me on. Give him enough time to potentially mistime a stroke or try and overhit. If it costs you a 6 or 2, so be it. I do think it's slightly less natural to come out to bat to 2 spinners as well. All right, well, Latvia eliminated in 3rd place earlier in the day, but certainly enjoyed their contribution to the tournament. Lithuania eliminated last night in 4th place. As Shaquille comes to the crease, Poland 51%. Let's see which way he moves that bar. ball of the 10th. Sweeps to square leg. Botha does well. Keeps it to a single. End of the over. 78 for 3. Evenly poised here after 10 overs of the final. Top 3 back in the shed. 2 dangerous hitters at the crease for Poland. Cook, the successful bowler, back to his twin, Keenan Botha. A lot of thumbs up for Cook in the chat. Ali Chima's a fan. John Gray saying that's the way the cookie crumbles for Poland. Would say, though, if they could choose when they wanted Shaquille to come to the crease, they would have said 10 overs. And pretty much on the stroke of the 10th over, there he is. Facing up now to Botha. Oh, it's close. That's really close. Doesn't get the decision.
That's such a home decision I've ever seen one. That's way more out the other one.
That's clean.
Oh, it's very, very tight. I think everyone was excited there. Don't know if there's a bit of glove in it. It's a bit of a messy sweep. Oof. It's going down. It was only just going down. Height call for Shaquille. Suppose the line of those balls look similar, but a different umpire because they changed ends. Again, very hard to judge LBWs unless you're straight down, gun barrel straight down the line, which we are not. Shaquille. This well, but Bandara makes a good stop. Sweep's always fraught with danger. It's almost more difficult the less paces on the ball. Strange as that is. Oh, quick one. Slid through, gets past the keeper. Wait for the signal. Fire signaled.
How late's the signal? He said he's danger.
Izarali. Gets the strike back. One did a bit too much for everyone. Another single. Slight air of tension in the air. Jacob Robertson, the super subs come on. Not sure what the injury is.
So will he not be able to open then? Yeah, whatever people want to. He has to come back on, doesn't he? Is he ever been up?
Here's Shaquille having another go at Botha. That's in the air. Oh, it's going to fall safely. It's a false shot. Lack of the pace. Just doing Shaquille there. Lucky to survive. That'll be the end of the over. So 83 for 3 after 11. I actually wonder whether Isa might have missed a trick by not playing Prabhath Weerasuriya as well as another spin option. No, it's hard. You can only fit 11 people in the team, but I think it might have been useful. Here's Cook. Leading wicket taker versus leading run scorer in the tournament. Man on man. Here we go. Oh, another false shot. I'm telling you, I've seen it happen so many times. When guys are in good form, you got to bowl slower at them. You got to disrupt their natural sense of timing. Cook's doing that well at the moment. Almost had Shaquille LBW. It's a false shot there. 50-50 game here in the final. Once again, just drops it on that spot. And these kind of balls, they are balls that you can go after, but you're taking a definite risk if you do. And you basically have to hit it in the air if you're going to attack a ball like that. That kind of pace. Shaquille has been quietened. 5 off 7. Without a boundary. When he almost gets bowled here. A ball that drops and would have knocked a 4 stump out of the ground. A day's a long time in the cricket verse. Lured into that leg side kind of slog sweep. I mentioned yesterday he's very capable of hitting over the offside, but he's got a bit of a habit of going leg side when he probably shouldn't. He's away with it sometimes. This time he does, and he's going to get it up and over. Maximo! Shaquille survives and now thrives. Moves into double figures. Cut the air with a knife at the moment at the Warsaw Cricket Ground. Comeback ball for Cook. Action shorter. Punched away for a single. Israeli runner ball 14. Last ball to 12. Another good over. 9 off it though, including a Maximo. And at the end of 12, Poland 92 for 3. Thing is though, Botha and Cook, they've only got 1 over left each. And then I think they're going to have to head back to pace for the rest of the innings. So I suppose with these two, if they are less comfortable against spin, I don't really have to take too many outrageous risks this over. Botha's going to bowl this one. I think it makes sense to bowl Cook out. It looks the best chance to get Shaquille out or to break the partnership. Benches side by side. Quirk of the tent allocations. Latvia and Lithuania had the tent a bit further away down the ground. Yeah, nice to see the teams side by side. Here's Botha. Shaquille punches it out for 1. Deep cover point. So Wari does the fielding. So honestly, if I was in these two shoes, probably, yeah, I'd be happy to just kind of knock the 1s and 2s for these 2 overs of spin and then have a real crack at the seamers when they come back. These are advances. It's a quicker one. I think both saw him coming. It was a nice adjustment from Keenan. Shaquille back on strike. A lot of weight on his shoulders. Happy to work a 1. Poland 51%, exactly where they were when Shaquille came to the crease. don't think they've actually been behind once in this game, but they've been in the 50s the whole game. Pushed through a little bit. Only a single. There's Robertson, the pie man. Makes Australian-style meat pies up in Iceland. I will definitely be trying some of them out when I eventually make it up there. Oh, Shaquille. This is another ball outside off stump. He's in his own head a little bit at the moment, I think. Credit to the spinners here, keeping the brakes on. Waits on this and carves it through the offside. Cut off back there. But it'll be 2 runs, Shaquille to 16. Same score for Kizar Ali. And after 13 overs, Poland 98 for 3. Nice roll of the dice for Cook. To be honest, both that. He's bowled out as well. Nice job for him, even though he doesn't take a wicket, keeps it pretty quiet. None for 24 of his 4 overs. It's getting to the point that, okay, maybe sensibly here, if you're not super comfortable taking down Cook, it's not your style, then maybe they should be sensible. But I think they also know it's the kind of time of the inning, 7 overs to go, where they might not be able to help themselves. If they see one tossed up, they might just go it. Very interesting final so far. Iceland have definitely done their homework on some of these Polish bats. We saw that change to open with spin, try and counter Majid. Cook's bowled excellently, 1 for 23 off 3. He's got his last over right here in the 14th. Walks at this and drags it to long on for 1. Here's the Cook versus Shaquille. Will they, won't they? Battle. It's gripping everyone here at the ground. So much riding on it. Oh, another very good bit of flight. And Shaquille swings himself off his feet. Trying to hit that leg side. Again, it's just not the right choice. Pretty wide, to be honest, but maybe the umpire felt it was slow enough for him to play a shot comfortably at that. Goes again. And this time he'll make a good connection. It's the Maximo. Poland, after creeping behind for the first time, they probably get the lead back with that 6 from Shaquille. And Cook's not too perturbed. He knows just needs one mistake out of Farhad. That wasn't it, though. Found the gap in the outfield as well. It's the professor versus the master. Oh, he tries the reverse. Came off the pad, I think. Yeah, straight off the pad, ball taken by Chumley behind the stumps. Oh, it's a quick one. Geez, Shaquille really has struggled with these moon balls from Cook. Now I think everyone's saying, look, don't worry, he's only got 1 ball left. And we can move on with the game. Still 6 overs to go. Last chance for David Cook. In the air, that one's going to disappear as well. Maximo, the gripping battle comes to an end. Shaquille survives, and not just that, takes down Cook A couple of times over that leg side. End of the 14th over, 111 for 3. Got to say, Cook, oh, better than the 1 for 36 suggests. Yeah, 8 overs of spin, go 1 for 60, so 7.5 and over. But now it's up to the Iceland seam bowlers to try and keep these two quiet. So it looks like Nirosh Bandara, who's going to bowl. Here's a rally, 17 off 18. Ironically, that's exactly what he made yesterday. 17 off 18. So back to pace on. Let's see how this last 6 overs goes. Shaquille survives the spinners. Now we're hoping to put the foot down. Cut and dropped. Oh, well, there was an opportunity. Went back, cut that, didn't try and keep it down. Just not able to hold on to the opportunity. Great effort. Here's a rally now. Pulls across a fairly short ball from Bandaro. Near single. Steps across. He wants that slog sweep. Instead, he'll get a little under edge. That'll run away for 4. Not quite what he intended, but the result's good for Farhad. Beats Cook at 45. Ran away. $161 expected score at the moment. If you actually look at the numbers in this tournament, 188 is the par. 9.4 and over is the average run rate in the tournament. Significantly higher than usual. Shaquille, again, drags what he probably should have hit through the offside. The thing for me is this. You've got cover in the circle. You've got nobody at deep cover. So someone like Shaquille, I don't know why he's getting greedy and trying to drag these to the leg side. He's so good at hitting through the offside, and there's nobody back there. Here's Ali, wants to go leg side. He will find the gap. Runs away for 4. So into the 15th over. Couple of boundaries in that one, 12 off it in total, and the score 123 for 3 after 15 overs. 5 overs to go. Cook's going to hit the pine. Done his work. Poland a pretty good host, but we might have another Gary Pratt situation if Jacob Robertson pulls off another spectacular piece of fielding. I like this comment by Chris Smith saying, Shakira's been to more World Cups than Italy in the last 25 years. Isn't that the truth? Jotun coming back. It's a good bowler. Good change of pace. Again, you got clash of two superstars of the tournament coming up here. Jotun with his 100 yesterday. Fahad likewise. Now they tangle in the middle of the WTG. Shaquille wants to sweep in first ball and does. Botha prowls around the boundary. Keeps it to 1. Jotun's got a couple of slower balls. They both kind of come out the left of his hand. Sometimes it's more of a genuine wrist spinner or back of the hand. Sometimes it just kind of rolls out like a leg cutter, but it's got a very clever change of pace, a couple of changes of pace. Kisarali's got to hit the go button now, doesn't he? They've still got batting to come. We saw them bat well in the lower order yesterday, Poland. Because of those slower balls, Jotun's stock ball can sometimes hurry you up a little bit because you're half wondering, is this a slower ball? Is it not? Goes down his follow through there. I think he's okay. That is the kind of pace on ball, and he directs it pretty well. Front foot, the landing foot, seem to be giving him some discomfort. Oh, yeah, that'll do it. Turn the ankle, but only slightly. Gets up and he's all right, but I suppose it'd be on his mind. Block hole again. Hizza gets told to go back. Jotun breaks the stumps. Where are these overs going to come from for Iceland? You've got Jotun to bowl 2 of the last 5. You've got Bandara, still 3 overs to bowl. Might be the plan. You've got Virasamy potentially as well. You've got Hirosh Bandara and Dushan Bandara actually available. A few nerves around, but a lot of pride around this ground as well. Turned away this time by Shaquille. He's got a long chase, not going to get there. 4 carreras. Not a bad length from Jotun, but it's just on the pads and Shaquille able to turn it around the corner. Nobody at fine leg. And so it runs away for 4 runs. It's full toss and ill-directed once again. Shaquille turns it round. Bit of a top edge, but it still flies. Maximo. 6 carreras. Knee-high full toss. Just needed to get bat on it. It was always going to be safe. There's nobody down there at fine leg. Jotun just got his lines wrong to Fahad here as well. You got to bowl wider of the stumps to him. You know his tendencies to try and drag your leg side, so make it tough for him. I've liked the length Jotun's bowl, but the line hasn't quite been right for me. Goes back over the wicket. Last ball of the 16th. 171, the expected score now. It's gone up 10 points. Gets it wrong again. Gets it completely wrong. And it's going to be another 6. Maximo, and Shaquille brings up his 50 in no time at all. Poland are happy about it. A 27 ball 50 for Shaquille is third on the spin. Had a few dicey moments during this innings, but he has found a way through. Mahat Shaquille, the 2024 MVP. The way things are going, he might be the 2026 MVP as well. 2 4s and 5 6s in this innings. Jotun loses the plot a bit at the end of that over. 4-6-6, and it's 1-4-1 for 3 with 4 overs remaining. Remember, par in this series is 1-8-8 though. We'll say that. Go back to Virasamy here. It's a big over for him. Hasn't always rolled his way in the series. He's around, just kind of holding up an end, but Shaquille destructive as usual. He's particularly enjoyed the return to pace as we thought he might. He's over 17. He's rally walks and whips. Just a single. Shaquille scored a 50 in the 2024 final. 50 off just 15 balls. He's had to work a bit hard for it today. Brings up his 50 off 27. Faces up right now to Virasamy. Action short this time. Still gets through though. Running away both up. Can he make the stop? Yes, he can. We'll get back for 2. Oh, Shaquille's one guy. You don't want to bowl that kind of slot length at this stage. He's very, very good at elevating. It was a bit shorter than a good length. Virasamy. Oh, wow. That's a good ball from Virasamy and went incredibly close to knocking out the off stump. Missed by a whisker. Fortune favours Shaquille. Oh, well, that's right in his slot. And mind the windows. Maximo. 150 up for Poland now, looking dangerous. They weathered the spin storm. Now they're cashing in. Virasamy puts it right in the sweet spot for Shaquille. Don't think he can get away with bowling this straight to him. You got to bowl wider and make him play a different shot. For the first time that I can remember, Poland have gotten over 60% now, and the win predictor, 61%, hovered between kind of 48 and 59 for this whole game. Backs away, gets through the keeper. Chamley will concede a bye. Interesting choice. Very un-Shaquille-like. Might be happy to see Shaquille at the other end, though, the way things are going. Rally. Faces up. Good block hole ball from Virasamy that time. Interesting also with the bowling lineup for Poland with no Chandra Prakash Rai in the side. Very good bowlers in there though. Yuk Bling, lead the attack, Rahul Sharma. Into the 17th over. It's 151 for 3. Game very much in the balance still. Dushan Bandara to come back. Another battle between two very important players this weekend. 178 expected now. He's over 18. Starts with a wide. Bandara's never really got the ball to swing this weekend. Typically, he'd be wanting to be bringing that ball back, kind of down the stump-to-stump line, swinging into the right-hander, but it's never happened for him. In fact, no one's really swung this ball a lot. And gun barrel straight. Probably the conditions not helping, the damp ball. Good change of pace. Umpire says that one's all right. Really move his feet here, Shaquille just tries to swat it. Good comeback from Dushan. Gray saying the next 3 overs could go a long way towards deciding the outcome of this contest. Yeah, couldn't agree more. What kind of a score? Are we talking 170? We talking 200? All right, high in the air, sliced up. And that is going to travel out of here. Maximal. Shaquille into the 60s. The funny thing about this is nowhere near the middle of the bat. But because of the power he gets, and some of these players are so good they can miss hit sixes. After Bandara has a small win, Shaquille regains the ascendancy. Now he does go over the offside. That's why I like it when he goes the other way, because I think it makes him so much more dangerous.
Any signal? Is it 4 or 6?
Not quite going all the way, but not far off it. Here's Shaquille. If you'd seen the way his inning started, you would have thought there's no way he's jumping up to 69 off 34. I think it was 5 off 7 at one stage. That's how good this guy is. Loves the pressure. Bandara with the comeback ball again. Slower ball. He picks it. He hits it. And he hits it all the way. Maximo says carreras más. Shaquille to 75 and still over 2 overs to play. Emery got put down earlier as well. Huge moment. Now, Shaquille doing his thing. These two have scored 100 between them. Dushan needs the breakthrough. Doesn't get it. It's too wide. And for the wide Yorker, but just went a little bit too far across. It's either on the numbers. Had over 600 teams, 667 teams play on ECN. Isn't that great? We had four of those this weekend that we've been able to add to the list. Goes for it again. time not hit quite as well. Still gets away. They'll get a couple. 171. A second ago, I was asking 170, 200. What are we looking at? Well, maybe 200 plus. The way things are going. Last ball of the over. Just composing himself. He's had a few minor injury worries. Hello to Damien O'Day. Nice to see you in the chat. Goes for that boundary again, and he's going to get it. Oh, great effort on the line. Oh, Mal Lingham. He came from nowhere, but we know how fast he is, so mark that down as another missed opportunity. I thought off the bat it was 6 to that short boundary. Checking out the replay. Lingham, well, did have the journey, didn't it? But he was able to get in the way. But it bounced off him. Bounced forwards at least. So it's only a single to finish the over. Shaquille missed again. 172 for 3 Poland. 2 overs remaining. Mirasami to bowl out. That's a nice way to spend a Sunday afternoon. Is anyone guarding that? Otherwise, I might be over there in the innings break. Okay, 19th over. Showtime. There's another one. He's lifted up. It's going, it's going. It's not quite there. They should get 2. 80 now for Shaquille. Quite amazing how his fortunes have been Poland's fortunes in this game. Maybe not so amazing. Last year, these two met in a match that essentially decided the trophy. On that occasion, Poland 212 kept Iceland to 122. Damien's tuning in from Adelaide, Australia. Fantastic. This one will be called. Hard to see the wide marker there. Red on the pitch. Kizza doesn't quite get that in the middle either. Sign of his innings. Short, pulled away. Buta cleans up. Both these two at the crease. Won the ECS with the Warsaw Sultans a month ago. Are they on their way to another winner's trophy? Up in the air. Fielder comes around. Robertson has to throw it back in. It's the super sub. Oh, pretty close, you know. Geez, I reckon there's 2 things to watch here. First, let's see. Robertson throws this away, but did he need to? Was he wheeling backwards? Let's have a look. I think he had plenty of room. Oh, he didn't throw it back. In fact, it was clanged off the wrist. And then this run out, I actually reckon this is really close. Oh, I mean, we can't see the line, but I will maintain it's really close. Umpire at a pretty good position. He didn't think it was out. Shaquille. Economy of energy now. Does look pretty fatigued. 178. You can see on the Manhattan a minute ago the Shaquille factor, and especially since the spinners have bowled out. Here's Ali. It's it out towards Robertson again. He'll do the fielding. So we've actually seen some teams bowling even 5 spinners. Costa del Sol did that in the European Cricket Series. And so against some teams, it just comes down to the fact that they really prefer the pace coming on to the bat. So it's like sometimes you see 4 or 5 fast bowlers bowled. Why not bowl 4 or 5 spinners if it's what the opposition is least confident about facing? On the walk, Shaquille. It's a thick outside edge that flies away to an unguarded bit of the cricket ground, and that will be the over. He's 87, and it's 183 for 3. Last over to come. Can Shaquille get the strike back and lift himself to a century in this final? Back-to-back centuries if he was able. 183. They'd love to touch 200 here, Poland. The psychological barrier as well. Having said that, Iceland have got a couple of players in form. Asif Ali coming off 100. Jotun coming off 100 yesterday. Jotun's going to get the last over. So Damien says he's staying up late to watch the boys from the land of lava take a win. Seeing as Norway let me down this morning. Well, I heard they might be replaying that game. Is that fake news? The ball bouncing off the spider cam and I heard heavily influencing an England goal. All right. Seatbelts on, last over. Here's Ali, hits it sweetly. Maximo! Well, that one's been a long time coming for Ali. Batted the best part of an hour. It's the first one I can really remember hitting in the middle of the bat, but it was sweet. Fielders were spectators. 189 now. James Stewart. Hi, James. How good to see you. It's this one. Okay. Shaquille, I think, is happy to face up. He's 87. There's 4 balls remaining. Could it be an improbable century? Oh, gee, it took probably a wide. Oh, really took off. It's going to be called a wide. I think it is. I don't see it how it's not above his head. Yeah, it's well above his head by the time it reaches him. Yeah, it's a good call. Really took off. Definitely a wide. Jotun respectfully disagrees. Bit of venom on that one, though. Goes short and he slams it out of the ground. Maximo, 93 for Farhad Shakil here in the final, coming off 146 not out yesterday. Jotun tries him out with a short ball once again, but he timed that perfectly, and that was a humongous strike. 197, Shakil on 93. Funny, you probably wouldn't take a single this ball. I think you want to give yourself a chance at the 100. He probably doesn't know exactly what he's on. Damien Hayes thinks that the US president might have had something to do with the spider cam being positioned where it was. I love it. 7 for the century. Because if he gets a 1 here, then Israeli could get a 1 the next ball, and then he could have a shot at the 100 still. But there's no guarantee he'll get strike back if he takes a single now. I don't think I'd want any. I honestly think I would just want Shaquille on strike all these last 3 balls. Right. What an assault this has been in the last few overs. Oh, up in the air, going, gone. 99 now for Fahad Shaquille. He's really pulled one out here. Lucky to survive an LBW appeal, a very confident LBW appeal earlier on. A couple of balls have almost shaved his stumps, but he's found a way. And now he's 1 run away from back-to-back centuries in the Euro T20 Cup. Does he go for glory? Edged, and that'll be it. Back-to-back hundreds. The Shaq attack is back with a whack here in the final. Brings up the 200 for Poland as well. A 45-ball century for Fahad Shaquille. And he's lifted Poland to new heights, attempting to win the trophy for a 3rd consecutive year. And Fahad, well, it's not the best shot he's played, and it would be the best feeling. This will be it. Probably going to be a run out to finish. So they'll finish 207 for 4. Rare miss to finish. Here's O'Reilly. Looked around to see if it was wide. Meanwhile, he's like, well, I better run. Definitely out. Fernando finishes the dismissal. So it will finish 207 for 4. The target for Iceland, 208. But let me remind you, Iceland, they do have a score like that in the tournament, as they scored 214 against Lithuania. But Fahad Shaquille is going to finish 103 not out. Quite incredible scenes here. Take you through the scorecard. As Fahad Shaquille, 103 not, 46 balls, 10 maximos, 5 fours in his innings. Last track was good early, 43 before he was LBW. Kizarali with 33. Run out off the very last ball. Bowling-wise, wickets to David Cook, as well as Dushan Bandara and Jotun. But Jotun was expensive, went for 57 in his allotted 4 overs. Well, take a break then. Back in around about 15 minutes' time to finish this tournament. Poland defending 207 to win the trophy. Iceland will need 208 to win. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. We'll take a break and see you for the exciting conclusion in Poland of the Euro T20 Cup.
not gonna be easy. Maybe we can finish.
Did you show those things? Lucky?
Yeah.
Trophies and shit?
The trophy we showed in the first time, now again in the second one.
Yeah, awesome.
The last video you seen, it's not really bad.
Wasn't really important, but it's up to more, isn't it? Need to ask ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Today I've had ladybugs, 2 ladybugs crawling on my laptop and all over my thing. Must mean something, eh?
Yeah, ladybug. Went to the city today.
No. It drops out everything.
You check the batteries, everything okay?
Yeah, battery is okay.
Sure, right?
Yeah, because only we change the transmitter and might fix camera and this. With 39 minutes, we 39%.
Let's do one quick. Can you bring that main battery over there? Bit quickly, we have 5 minutes. So that is quickly. And also check the transmitter diagram.
Look, it probably doesn't mean anything. Ladybugs have just found a warm, bright surface to crawl on, especially if your bag was outside near a window. Symbolically, though, ladybugs are often seen as good luck, protection, blessings, or positive signs. Seeing 2 could be interpreted as luck around partnerships, balance, friendship, or good things coming in pairs, depending on how spiritual or superstitious you like to be. Practical meaning. Check your bag folds, laptop case, and nearby windows and plants in case they are on the move. You can generally move them outside with paper or let them crawl onto your finger. They are harmless.
Follow the lister.
Thanks, mate. Yeah. I was actually meaning the second one, the symbolic meaning. That's what I'm more, the spiritual meaning. Like, there's a reason why two ladybugs are crawling on my stuff and not fucking any of your stuff. You know what I mean? We should get on field. We need to be. We should be on field, guys. Going out, good.
Comment. We go from the UK. Trinity Polish over here in the UK in our warehouses.
Yeah, they're the ones fucking building half the infrastructure in the high rises.
Quite got the old getting the Tigers.
They need a gentle persuasion.
So it's fine if you got one game in the day. You had to throw all your line. If you're trying to get 2 or 3 games in, fucking takes forever.
That was 40 something. Let's go! Let's go! No video on the roaming camera, I don't think.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Polish work here in the
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to ECN and our coverage of the Euro T20 Cup final here in Warsaw, Poland. Poland survived a few bumps in the road, but have managed 207 off their 20 overs. So Iceland going out to chase 208 was not too far from the score in this corresponding match last year. It wasn't really the final, but it kind of was because it determined who would win the trophy in match number 9 of 10. Poland 212 defeated Iceland 122. So it'll be a similar kind of chase for Iceland. But what I will say is they've got 2 guys in really good form. Probably 3 if you count Jonah Ryan, the opener. I think he'll go out there with Asif Ali, who's coming off 100 earlier in the day. That was some knock as well from him. Set up the order to open against Latvia in a must-win game. He scored 105 off 58 balls. There's a look at the trophies and the medals that will be given out to the winners, as well as the other awards for the other sides, the runners-up trophy, the participation awards for 3rd and 4th, as well as the best batter, best bowler, MVP of the tournament, and player of the final. Fahad Shakil probably has a claim to both at the moment after he scored 100 of his own. first half of this game.
Show me something.
Came in with the score at 77 for 3. He scored 103 of the 130 runs that would come from that point. Big acceleration. That's the reason Iceland kind of shaking their heads, chasing 208 victory. But I will say they have scored more than that earlier in the tournament. They've got Asif Ali in form. Deanna Ryan held the innings together as well earlier. They've got Jotun, who's scored 100 yesterday. But I suppose the question will be for Iceland, can they do it against a bowling attack that are a little bit up in quality? I have liked the move as if to the top. He brought a bit more intent, I think, to their opening overs. Rahul Sharma's going to bowl the first one. No Chandra Prakash Rai for Poland today. Now the big left armour. Start's all important. Want to be 60s in the power play at least. Iceland. 208 for the win. Here we go. First ball of the second innings. Asif Ali Bushes gets a single. I was impressed with his decision making and the fact, yes, he was aggressive, but he also, often after a boundary, he'd just be a bit extra sure not to get carried away. Push the next one for a single unless it was begging to be hit. Deanna Ryan has been happy to play the kind of anchor role, let the more naturally aggressive batters bat around him. See how he goes here in the final. 23% chance of pulling this off, Iceland. Good bouncer first up, though. It's going to be called a wide, missing the line of leg stump, but almost a little tickle on this. Sharma won't be able to bowl another one above the shoulder in the over. And around pushes, will get a single. He's been so good at just giving the strike back to Asif Ali. They put in that big opening partnership earlier. 160 for the first wicket. Fire versus fire here. Asif Ali pushes to the fielder, but with the fumble, they'll get through for another single. These two have been pretty busy between the wickets as well. I think with these 200 chases is, if you don't have a good start, the game can get away from you and you might never catch it. So it's one of those situations where Iceland have to make a concerted effort to stay up at the rate, not just preserve their wicket. And the leg side, that'll be called a wide. Flashes outside the off stump. Lively stuff from Sharma. You just doing a Google sheet, did you? Something that's weird. The sheet just disappeared.
I didn't touch
You
it.
didn't do anything, did you?
No.
That's weird. Good areas once again. Beats him again. Some weird Google Sheets internal error. goes a little bit too wide, well blocked behind there. With Charanjit Mohan, the keeper in this one for Poland. No Simran in the lineup. And Ryan pushes off the back foot again. I only get a single. So fairly uneventful first over in the end. Sharma goes for 7. 7 without loss.
Very shocking. Very shocking. Very shocking.
7.
23%, as I said. Got a fighting chance, but they're going to have to bat very, very well here.
Blinger.
As this could be Yuk Bling to bowl the second. Well bowled. Can Asif back up after that century?
Show me the tent. Show me the tent.
In the air, dropped it. Geez, it came a lot slower than he thought. Bling can't believe he's dropped that thing. Definitely carried. Definitely carried. And it was probably at the velocity that your grandma would throw you the car keys. It's a bit lower than comfortable. Not the first goober we've seen dropped. Lucky moment. Razif Ali. Punches. Oh, Dean Ryan's overcommitted here. At the non-striker's end, big chance to run out, but the ball misses. There's no one this time to take the throw. Jumpy Iceland here in the opening. They were caught ball watching. Okay, it was pretty much straight at the fielder. Asif completely took his eyes off his batting partner who was calling him through for the run. He wouldn't have needed a third umpire there to tell that was out. It's out by a good 5 metres. Educated edge this time. That's the fielder. Oh, another one that beats Deanna right outside the off stump. Bling. Putting in a good area there. Been a bit of a pattern with Derek's batting that it takes a while to get going. Generally has been able to catch up, but because when you're chasing 200 plus, you don't want to be going too slow at the beginning. Also, Asif hasn't really brought the magic just yet. Late on this pull shot as well. So that's the end of the second over. Pretty good one from Bling. Just the 2 off it, though. There was a missed opportunity in there. Iceland 9 without loss after 2. 2 century makers in your top 3. Iceland, you got Diana who's been batting very well. If it gets below that, then it'll be pretty tough. Just considering the size of the target. Rahul Sharma to continue. Attempted York, it turns out as a low full toss. That runs away and that'll be 4. So, badly needed boundary. The first of the response. Took till the third over for it to come. This is good effort. I was wondering who'd win this race. It's pulling up. I think it was probably already 4. There it was. The moment he touched it. Just to remove all doubt, the ball ended up the other side of the line. All right, Azavali goes to the skies in the air. Big moment in the final, and he's dropped it. Hasn't gotten anywhere near it. Oh, well, he was turning left, he was turning right. He was like a 3 a.m. dance floor candidate there with all the moves, but then threw out a hand. Look, he didn't know which way to turn. Ended up in a real mess. If that had stuck, it would have been spectacular. But Asif survives. He had a bit of luck earlier as well. Collects 2 runs. Asif goes again. This time slices up in the air. Another simple catch. Should be gone this time, and it will be. And it's the captain stepping up. He bleeds red. Taran Deluja. Right place, right time. Asif got lucky the first time. Second time, he picked the wrong man. Deluja takes a simple catch at cover point. And there is the first wicket, 15 for 1. And you can see that he bashes the badge and says, yeah, come on, guys, let's go. Let's make it 3 in a row. Asif just never quite came to terms with the opening attack. Fernando's come out at number 3. I got to say, I don't think this is the right move. You've got Jotun in there. You've got to give him the opportunity to win the game with a big 100. Nothing against Chamley. I think he's held up an end okay in the series, but we know the Diana and Fernando partnership, they're kind of cut from the same cloth.
It's too traditional, coach.
So I've got to say I'm floored by the fact that we don't see Jotun at 3. The required rate up over 10. Let's see if Chamley plays some shots early. Not a bad start for him, though. Punches for 1. But it's almost like one of these two has to become the aggressor then. 11 and over required. You don't want that drifting out. Chamley opened the first 2 games. He scored 8 off 13 first game. 26 off 29 second game. Diana Ryan drives. Slight fumble will bring a second run. And then you didn't see him opening in the third game, which is why I'm a bit surprised to see him back in the top 3 here. I could see him maybe coming in if Diana Ryan got out. But I'm a little bit surprised to see him come in. Loss of Asif Ali. Diana Ryan with an expansive drive this time, and it'll beat the fielder. 4 runs. Nice shot. Had some issues outside the off stump, Derek, in this innings, but played that one nicely. Opened the face slightly to get it into the gap as well. End of the over, and it's 22 for 1. Successful over there from Rahul Sharma. Fernando was used as an opener as well in the practice game against Poland Day. That was on Thursday, where he scored 28 off 37. So, yeah, I just wonder, given the game situation, it's more who's not batting rather than a criticism of Chamley batting. It's the fact that Jotun is coming off 121. And I don't think you should be scared for him to come in early. He's going to have to face these guys anyway. James is off for a while. Hey, great to see you as always, James. You're always welcome. Hopefully you're well. Best to all the family. See you again soon. As Yug comes in. And the other thing I would say is this. Sometimes if you're not sure what decision to make, put yourself in the other team's shoes and ask yourself, what would they like least? What would Poland like to least? Who would they least like to walk out right now? And the answer would be Jotun. And so then you do what they want the least. It's Ian Chappell. Little captaincy tip. Is if you're not sure what to do, or even if you think you are, think you're the opposition. What would you want least? Chamley misses out in the cut again. These are the kind of issues he had on day one. He's not quite judging that cut. Bit of extra bounce in this pitch. It bounces pretty much straight over middle stump. Then getting the ball to talk a little bit. This is again outside the off stump. This one keeps a little bit low. Ling goes straighter, hurries him up, hits him on the pad, heading down the leg side. Another dot ball, 4 in a row on Chamley. It's been in the corner. It's a little bit of advice from Dion Ryan, his regular opening partner. And straight up in the air. Right, who wants it? Fielder's coming from everywhere and it gets dropped. Rahul Sharma coming in from mid-wicket. It was bingo, lucky number 7. Got the opportunity. It was super high, we'll say that. And he was still on the move when the ball came down. Made it a little bit harder. See, never really gets set. Still on the move and down it goes. But yeah, I got to say, I wonder if that's a stroke of luck for Poland, considering who's likely to come in next. Chamley finally gets a run. You need a 3-dimensional wagon wheel to score it. Diona Ryan knocks it down, doesn't get a run into the over. Just one run off that over. And Iceland now 23 for 1. Hey, Damien, just he's learning a bit about what we do here at the European Cricket Network. And if you're enjoying this, Damien, I've put a note in the chat. Subscribe to the channel, turn on notifications, and you'll find out when the cricket's on. And it's pretty much all the time, although funnily enough, we're going to an off week. But tomorrow week, on the 27th of July, I'll be in Switzerland for our next European Cricket Series. And European Cricket Series is absolutely crazy. 10 overs aside, short boundaries, high octane, high action. I'll be in Switzerland for a 6-day series and plenty more cricket coming up as well on ECN. Make sure you do. I know everyone's got to turn up their volume today, even when I'm screaming into the microphone. For some reason, it's not coming through very loud. So just make sure you turn your TV down when you go back to regular programming. Anyway, right here, we've got Fahad Shaquille bowling. Fernando edges in the air and gone. So the drop doesn't really cost him anything at all. Shaquille's got the golden touch. He strikes with his first ball. Fernando 2 off 7 comes and goes, and Iceland are 23 for 2. The decision to bat him at 3 doesn't really bear fruit. Basically burns an over. If the power play, check it out here. It's thick edge. He just squares up a touch, doesn't he? Loses his shape a little bit. And that edge flying all the way down to Usman Butts at deep third. So the second wicket falls 23 for 2. Surely now we see Jyotin. Yes, it is Akshay Jyotin coming out at number 4. Very early to call the last roll of the dice, but I think Jyotin is the last roll of the dice in this chase. Took apart the Lithuanians yesterday. 121. Not out. 41 balls. 12 fours. 9 sixes. Well held by Usman. He's well positioned down there. Shaquille. 100. And now a wicket. Well, if Shaquille has the golden touch, Jyotin has the golden pads and the golden helmet. Clash of the Titans. Jyotin punches the first one into the pitch. Doesn't beat the field. Have a look at that required rate, 11.7 and over. It's got a long way to go. Also means Darren Ryan can't really spend too much time ticking at a run a ball. That rate's climbing. Jyotin paces up. Punches this one for his first run. In fact, his first 4 runs. Beats the man at mid-off. Better late than never. I definitely would have sent Jyotin in at 3, but he's here at 4. Opens the face this time. As Wazza jumps into the chat. Hi, Wazza. How are you? Say hello to Damien, watching from Australia. And Damien was asking about the European crickets in the time zone. Well, we have quite a few Australian viewers. They catch the first half of the day at least. And of course, the good thing about the T10 games is they only take 2 hours, 2-hour time slots. So on a normal day, probably start at about 5 or 5:30 Adelaide time. So you might get like a 5 o'clock game and a 7 o'clock game you get to watch. Go to bed if you feel like you're a bit sleepy. The ball from Shaquille goes round the wicket and beats the outside edge of Dianarayan. I love Adelaide. Played a lot of cricket there actually. Both indoor and outdoor. Originally I'm from Perth in Western Australia. Last ball, the 5th. Edged. That'll fly away. Oh, great stop. Really good stop down there. Somehow, it's only a single. That'll be the end of the over. 29 for 2 after 5.
Charge the phone.
So can these two get something going? Have to be soon that they make a move. Shoaib Ahmed getting a bowl. That headband means business. 29 for 2 after 5. Not quite run a ball through the first 5 overs. Required rate out at 11.9. It's always the threat of rain as well. It makes it even more curious they didn't send Jotun in. But anyway, Jan Ryan faces up. It's his role just to keep the score moving. Now Jotun, he's got to attack this over. It's last over the power play. I know it's quite early to make a move, but if it's there, I think he's got to go for it. Nobody back on the offside. Except for that deep third that's come to play already. Damien saying it's currently midnight. Well, normally this would be around the time we'd finish the day, actually. Jotun likes that short arm jab pull. Brings him a single. You know what? I'll even do this. I will look up the game times in your time zone because I'm pretty confident it's not as bad as you think. We have a lot of Aussie viewers because it's like prime time. Prime time viewing. Only single so far off Shoaib. Okay, so I can tell you that Monday the 20th of July, the games start 9:30 in Europe. If my calculations are correct, which they normally are, it would start at 5 p.m. Adelaide. Jotun drives, gets it through. A boundary to Iceland as they try to mount some kind of comeback here. Really, the hopes resting on the shoulders of one man, the man with the golden helmet. Straight through the gap. Shoaib dancing around the edge of the pitch, which is a dangerous pursuit. Anna saying this weather is typical Icelandic summer weather. The boys should feel right at home. Yeah, no doubt. The conditions are quite familiar, even if the situation isn't for Iceland in their first ever international final. Good one from Shoaib. Gets it to nip away a little bit and Jotun watches it past the face of the bat. Yeah, so anyway, Damien, the games will start at 5, 7, 9 and 11 your time, which would make the end of the day about 1:45. But now I've told you about this, I'm just a bit worried because you'll probably just want to watch cricket every night like some of our other diehards here at ECN. Of course, the T10 is a little bit more, what would I say, chaos than even the T20 format. Average score around about 12 or 13 and over. With heaps of big hits, wickets and viral moments. End of the 6th over. End of the power play. Iceland 37 for 2. And the first game of the ECS I'll be doing next Monday will be Zurich Crickets versus Geneva.
37.
We also have the Embrach Cricket Academy, Cossonay the hosts, and Geneva 11 Stars. That European Cricket Series, which is in Cossonay, which is just out of Geneva in Switzerland. Where else are we going? Got Gibraltar coming up as well. Go to England for a series in East London. Estonia's on the calendar. Belgium's on the calendar. Hungary's on the calendar now as well. And then some other events from Spain and Germany. Season running all the way through to the 1st of November on ECN. Shaquille comes back for a second over. In the air, but Minoff's gone back now. Reached the end of the 6 over power play. Irony being, if he was up, he was catchable. wicket to Dean Ryan, 12 or 14. Pulls this one, doesn't really get it. It'll fall safely. With the fumble, they should get two here. They will not. Joten changes his mind at the last moment. Bit concerned that was going to go to hand for a moment. Joten pretty much had decided it was only going to be one. Gave it the walkies. Maybe not a bad thing he's down there. He's the only guy that can change this game, I think. Shaquille's gone down his follow through. Have a look at what happens here. Behind the bowler, Shaquille. It was okay there. Oh, he's just, oh, well, if it was the World Cup, it's probably a red card. It's like contact. VAR will come in. Shaquille's already had a few niggles. That was totally incidental. Certainly nothing in it from Ryan's point of view. And the good thing is in cricket, that's only a 1 minute delay. In football, it'll probably be a 6 or 7 minute delay, and all the medical staff would have to come on and just get up and run like nothing happens. Joten blows up with a single. Back round to Dean Ryan. Needs a bit of a circuit breaker, doesn't he? 4% Iceland. Wide Yorker. Not so wide that it gets called. The bowling from Shaquille. This Joten smacks a big 100 here. I think Shaquille's the MVP. You go and grab the trophy now. Ryan pushes, doesn't beat the fielder. Another dot ball. These ones and zeros, they're not helping at all. Rates out to almost 13 and over now. It's time to make a stand, I think, Dan Ryan. Drives nicely, but again, finds the fielder. So that'll be the end of the 7th over. Shaquille keeping it pretty quiet. 1 for 10 off his 2 overs. And after 7, it's 40 for 2. Here's Shoaib Ahmed coming back for another over. Well, if this was a Jack Nicholson, Diane Keaton movie, this situation would be something's got to give. Can't just keep going run a ball pace here. Got to have a crack, and the sooner the better. Even if it means they lose a bunch of wickets and they lose the game. Otherwise, they're just going to drift out of the game. Joten, while he's there, there's a hope. Shoaib went for 8 in his first. Struggled outside the off stump. Down to Ryan. Pushes down the wrong line. He's able to get across to this one. Pick up the single, but yeah. I know it's pretty early to call kind of now or never, but feels like it, doesn't it? Joten can get on a roll. It's still doable. He'll get the support from Ryan, but Jotun's got to find a way to string a few big shots together. Driven nicely by Akshay. And that will get to the boundary. In fact, it'll go over the boundary. Maximo! Geez, hit that so flat. Thought there was no way it was going to carry. Look at that, Jotun, 7 wickets. The leading wicket taker now in the series. That's a very nice strike over cover. Can hit all around the wicket. Slight rainfall as well here. Hopefully nothing that's going to take us off the field, although it's a bit ominous there. The weather generally comes from the left of the screen. Don't worry, we're not going off. We're just having a quick team meeting. Poland. Question from Damon. Are Poland burning through their big hitters too early? Or I suppose you're asking, are they bowling their fast bowlers too early? And what have they got to follow up? Well, got a few options. Got Bling to come back. Got some off-speed stuff with Usman Butt potentially. You can see the light rain falling. Like I said, they're pretty used to it here. Oh, well, the ball's come back, and so they've said, all right, we're not going to replace the ball after all. Jotun tries that short arm pull again. Have to settle for a single this time. Back and push for Ryan. Brings up the 50 for Iceland in the 8th over. Muted celebrations. There's still 158 runs to get. Jotun. 6 and a 1 off. Job this over from him. Respects this one. Pushes it out. Keeps his wicket intact. The rate continues to climb. End of the over. 50 for 2 after 8. Considering the forecast this weekend, we've been pretty lucky to get in as much play as we have. In fact, we've only had one rain-affected game. It was the first game between these two. And fingers crossed they'll get to play a complete game here. Now going to go to Mars Shack with his spin here in over number 9. Derek handles this. Minimum. Got to get off strike here. Early in the over. Of course, he'd love to do some damage of his own. At 8 overs to get in. Worked around the corner. Leg by signalled. This is where the rubber hits the road, really. Jotun won't have too much time to look at Shaik. He's going to have a dash at him. 13.3 required. We have seen some innings where, for periods of 10 to 12 overs, the run rates have been 13, 14, 15, even like 17 yesterday when Fahad Shakil was going. But a lot of pressure, especially because it's expected Jotun's going to be the boundary hitter out of these two. Fraction short, that has to go. And Jotun does slam it, but straight to the fielder who puts it down. Well, look, it was hit hard. It's not an easy catch given the conditions. He was on the move, but gee, if he catches that, it's probably game over. Not the greatest ball from Shaik either. There it was. Got two hands to it, saved the boundary. Shoaib Ahmed couldn't hold on to the opportunity. Jotun lives to fight another day. Ran back and punching for another single. He'd be kicking himself there, Jotun, because that was a real half tracker. He just didn't quite get out of the middle of the bat. Hit it hard, but didn't hit it high enough. Shaik over the wicket to Akshay Jotun. Doesn't collect this one either. Under edge drag to deep mid wicket for one. Here's the rally out there now. Damien saying, use that life. Careful with the all caps, by the way, Damien, in the chat. Otherwise, could run into a bit of hot water. Tip from a pro. Full toss, swept away by Dianaran. Just inside, so they only get a two. Maybe better contact would have taken it to the boundary. Got over this from Shaik. 5 off it, including a leg, 5 plus a leg bite. Oh, hits him on the back pad. Umpire says he's gone. And on with the arm, and Dianaran's going to have to go. Shaik with the breakthrough. Into 9 overs, 56 for 3. Let's check it out, even though we won't get a really good look at it. Does hit him, looks like back pad, doesn't it? Or either back pad or he is well back. It's very hard to tell from this angle, but the umpire was in the best spot. You could see he gave a little nod. Nice Shaik. He liked the look of it. So did the umpire. Show that camera even though it's blocked, because maybe you'll give me a bit of an idea of the ball. There's the other look, even though Jotun will probably block the view here. It's definitely close, isn't it? Umpire gave a little nod and says, yep, that's out. Dianaran again. Struggling with the scoring rate more than anything. Looked good while he was there, but he's got 19 off 25 in a chase where they need 10 and a half and over from the get-go. Probably hurts you more than it helps you in the end. Dushan Bandara will come out. Won't be facing because it's the end of the over. 56 for 3. All right, here's Kisarali. Jotun reaches, punches out to the offside, just a single. Dushan Bandara, the captain, and he played a big innings here. Such a tough situation, 1%. That's the expected win now for Iceland. Jotun hasn't quite hit his straps yet. 23 off 15, but he's doing what he can. Dushan gets tied up with this first ball. Not off the bat, but they do get a run. Leg by. Two's the call. Quick work out there. Shabama gets to it. Make sure it's only going to be a single. Rate required up over 14 and over now. Bandara wants to move the needle. Got him. Full and straight. Bandara tries to hit across it and he loses his off pole. Kisarali breaks through and that's the end of the Icelandic skipper. 59 for 4. Has to play some shots, but you can see it's always a risk when you're going across the line. Off stump goes for a walk and Bandara's gone. He's the 4th to fall. Up for a duck. 59 for 4. New batter. Asmari Sawari. Things just keep on getting tougher for Iceland, who, let's be honest, it's their best performance in the tournament ever. Guaranteed second place. They'll be disappointed that they haven't been able to do more in this chase. I mean, Iceland hit that 214. They had pretty good acceleration of their own. They were 67 off 10 overs. And they were able to put 147 on in the second half. And that's basic because of Jotun. Sawari has a dash first up and he gets it. Well, I think that's 4. I'll have to have a look at this. It's been given 6. I thought the fielder crept in a little bit. What happened here? Oh, maybe it did just carry the line. Umpire called it 6, and who are we to overrule him? Oh, maybe he's changed his mind. So maybe it was 4. Gee, Sawari chances his arm first ball. Tell he's out there to be aggressive. He's going to have a dash at it. And really, there's no other way at this point. 10 overs in. Iceland 63 for 4. Yeah, Lithuania, they scored 147 off the second half. Right now, they need 145. They basically want history to repeat, but against, I suppose, a much more seasoned bowling attack. Just to be clear, umpire changed his signal from 6 to 4 on Sawari's first ball. Nice shake to continue. Action short, pulled away by Jotun. This will be interesting. Sawari's going to face up to Shaikh, and Sawari's just saying, look, I'm going to have a go here. I'm not too worried if I get out. I just want to see if I can lift this scoring rate. He's getting a few words of advice from Akshay. Tries to muscle this one, but he's found the fielder. And so Marshak will chip in with a second wicket. And that's the fifth one down for Iceland. 64 for 5. Disappointment for Sawari. Started well with that boundary. It was Yukbling that took the catch. Check out the replay. This is the ball where Mars just lost it slightly outside the off. He tries to hit it to the leg side. With a leading edge ballooning to backward point. Here's Keenan Botha. The lefty coming out. Bowled very well, I thought. Jotun. It's kind of a mixture of the fact that he's gone through a lot of partners, but also he hasn't quite been able to get on a run. Shake around the wicket to Botha. Oh. It's given not out. Just as it's going down the leg side. Same. Little tip for umpires, like just keep your arms still. Yeah. The kind of thing that gives batters heart attacks when they see the arm going out to the side. Botha doesn't really get this off the square. Run rate up in the 15s required. Jotun powerless at the other end. Oh. Little chop on, and that's going to be another one. So Shark spinning a bit of a web here. Quite a thick edge, actually, right down to the base of the stump. So it'll be a duck for both, and things coming apart at the seams for Iceland. They're 6 down now, 64 for 6. Shark 3 for 6. Off 11 balls bowled. And another duck. Nirosh Bandara is going to come in at number 8. And now if you're Jotun, I think you might as well just swing for the fences. Running out of time, running out of partners. list of our recent winners of ECN events. Last ball of the 11th. Nirosh on strike. Turns it away. I want two here, that's for sure. I'm going to take it. That's good running because they'll get Jotun back on strike into the 11th. Iceland 66 for 6. What an over from Marshak. Gets the double strike. Well, last glimmer of hope is Jotun catching fire. Any Poland, you've got to hand it to them. They've given very little weight in the second innings, built that pressure. Iceland just haven't been able to get anything going. Just 5 4s and a 6 through the first 11 overs. No runs of boundaries. Jotun jams down on this, will get one. Again, finds himself at the non-striker's end with the game drifting away. Damien's crying a few tears. Don't blame you, Damien. Cut straight through the hands of the fielder. Nirosh Bandara survives. But Damien, here's one of the great things about ECN. You can go back and you can watch some of your favourite matches. I would suggest going back and watching yesterday's match. Iceland against Lithuania. That'll cheer you up. You can watch the earlier game. Iceland against Latvia. Jotun goes up and over the top. That's a nice shot. And it goes all the way. Maximal. Yeah, the longest journey starts with the shortest step. So there's a nice bit of timing. Will there be an amazing rearguard action? Can he bring them back to life? Now pushes for one. It's funny, at this stage, it's almost like you need him facing as many as possible. There might be an argument for him kind of, basically refusing singles because he wants to face 4 or 5 balls in the over and then maybe look for a single at the end. And Dara can't get this past the bowler. Ball. And has he walked? Looks like he's walking. Oh, he's caught behind. That's very good sportsmanship from Nirosh Bandara. Must have been the thinnest of edges. And umpire's telling him to wait and come back, is he? Well, this will be interesting. Nirosh turns his head and he sees the keeper catches the ball and he walks. He doesn't even look at the umpire. So he must have known he's nicked it. He tucks the bat under the arm. I've got to say, Iceland, their sportsmanship has been very, very good. I mean, as has all the teams here, but that's a very, very good spirit of cricket moment, even though it's not a good result for Mandara. He's caught behind for 3, 75 for 7 after 12. You just don't see so much then anymore. That's playing within the spirit of the game. There are some people that believe, look, if you know you're out, don't let the umpire save you. And of course, it doesn't really work the other way. If you know you're not out, the umpire gives you out, you don't really get the option of staying there. But I think that's something that Iceland cricket be very proud of. Might even want to clip that out and use that as an example for the spirit of the game. Perhaps sometimes at the higher levels of cricket gets lost. Jake comes back, Jotun on strike. Mahalingham's joined him at the other end. Takes on the sweep, up in the air. That's gone. And Iceland really now are on their last leg. 75 for 8. Jotun takes on the sweep. And Mars Shaikh, well, a man that impacted the final with a half century 2 years ago. Well, this time he's done it with the ball. 4 wickets in a wonderful display. Jotun tries to fetch that from outside the off stump. Top edge. Pretty good catch. Running in there. Eighth wicket down. 75 for 8. Yeah, Mars. With his 43 and 4 wickets on another day. You'd probably say he's the player of the final, but not today. You got Fahad Shakil, who's scored 100 and taken a wicket. Shakil, the man running in from the square leg boundary to take that catch. Urasami gets a hit. It really. The writing's on the wall now. Damien saying, is England cricket watching this? Obviously talking about the spirit of cricket, although I will say the Aussies have a chance for there as well. As do most countries. Now I think it's pretty much a known fact. Poland are going to walk away with the trophy. The curiosity of the tournament that we never really had a close match. There's been a lot of competitive cricket. Yeah, all the matches tended to have quite significant margins. Ironically, the closest match was probably the first one, which ended up being a DLS result. What an over from Sheikh, who, by the way, still has another over. A wicket maiden in over number 13. Iceland gone cold. 75 for 8. Need if they don't get bowled out here. 19 and over required. Mars will just be hoping that there's no wickets this over and he can come and maybe even pinch a 6 for with 2 wickets still on the table. You blink. Well, he wants his own wickets. Hold very tightly. Done for 3 off 2 overs. First one down the leg side will be called wide. Ling probably won't want Mars to have a crack at a fifer. He'll have to finish it off himself right here. Lingham, who's batting, I say, really enjoyed him in the field. He's real live wire. Reminds me of Tom Cruise jumping over the lasers in Mission Impossible, some of his fielding. That leg side, don't think there's anything on this. Wait for the umpire. He asked, did you hit it? Must be a run. No signal. It was a tough caught behind chance then. Umpire must have heard something here. It wasn't gloved cleanly by Charanjit down the leg side. Now he's calling a leg by. Another replay? You still got it?
I played the replay. It's pretty
Played
wrong
it?
one. Yeah.
Could that have been a leg by, or was it listed right up? Down the leg side.
Let me see. Take it back.
Give it a leg by, but it seemed to be miles away from his legs. Anyway, keeper will be happy with that. It means it wasn't a drop catch. Well, that is out. Virasamy, 7-ball globe for him. As Bling ruins the 6 for dreams of Mars. As the sun comes out and it's all coming up Poland at the moment. Iceland down to their last man at 77 for 9. Another duck. But Iceland, even though it's finishing on a bit of a down, and they can be very proud of their efforts, finishing second. David Cook, the professor, comes out. Will we see a late charge from him? Happy to score a few runs and maybe show up some of his teammates, I'm sure. I heard next over Usman, but Mars won't be too happy with that because he's on a 5-for. If I was Mars, I'd be getting my lawyers out. 5-for with number 11 at the crease. Cook yet to bat in the tournament. Probably didn't want to bat here either if things had gone to plan. Swing and a miss first up from Cook. Bling to finish things off. And that's exactly what he'll do. Poland successfully defend the Euro T20 Cup on home turf. It's a three-peat. 3 consecutive years. Cook becomes the last duck. And Bling finishes with 2 wickets. Poland were behind, remember, in the first half of this game for a while, but that incredible 100 from Farhad Shakil got them up to a 200-plus score, and then Iceland just never allowed to breathe in that chase. And they finished with only 77 all out. The margin of victory, 130 runs. We'll say stick around if you like, because we will have a short award ceremony once that's set up. And I want to say congratulations to Team Poland and just spending a moment out here in the middle, getting the whole squad involved as well. Poland undefeated in this Euro T20 Cup. Wasn't the way last year when they won it on net run rate. They did have a loss, but this year, even though they were tested, they were able to come through the other side. And they are the victors. And it's time for them to enjoy their moment. It's been a really great adventure for us as well at the European Cricket Network. Our first foray into Poland with the European Cricket Series, the Polish T10 Cup last month. And now covering this tournament that has a decade of history and bringing games to you, international games from teams that are outside the framework but hoping to push their way in, building their own traditions, creating their own memories. And you can see this is what cricket's all about, enjoying the moments with your teammates. And to Taran Deluja and all of his men, hearty congratulations. I've also got to say commiserations to Iceland, but they're worthy runners-up. Joshua Bandara has led the side well. Obviously, some wonderful memories created there as well with the hundreds to Jotun and Asif Ali today. Loved the slow bros as well, David Cook and both are spinning a web and really competing. But unfortunately for Iceland, it will be second place, not first place, which they would have dreamed of at the start of the day. Also got to acknowledge Latvia, who did pick up a win in the series. Probably didn't quite go the way they would have hoped, but still really wonderful to have them as part of the tournament. And Lithuania, who, look, didn't have a win, but they were competitive at times in the tournament. And I just think they couldn't quite string that game together. If it was a longer tournament, I think they probably would have picked up a win along the way. So I want to say big thanks to everyone in the chat as well. Like I said, stick around if you'd like to see the trophy ceremony. Also, find out the player of the final, player of the tournament, and also the batting and the bowling awards. But if you are leaving us, I want to remind you that if you haven't already, please like this video and subscribe to the channel. And turn on notifications so you can see when the next cricket's coming. And on ECN, it'll be Monday week, so tomorrow week on the 27th, or the 20th of July, I should say, the 20th of July, with a European Cricket Series in Switzerland. So that's only 8 days away. I'll be with you there, and it starts a bit of a busy run for us on ECN as well. Also, I'll be commentating from Lords on Tuesday. I'll be putting the link in the squad and pass that around because that should be a lot of fun as well. There's Iceland, just having a bit of a team chat. I think that's important. They played some really great cricket, and I hope the fact that final ended up blowing out a bit doesn't kind of diminish their achievement so far. Their first ever international final. Well, on behalf of everyone at ECN, I have to get ready for the trophy ceremony, but a reminder, if you haven't already, to like the video, subscribe to the channel. Don't forget also our social media at European Cricket and our website, europeancricket.com. I'll see you at the trophy very shortly. Trophy ceremony very shortly. Big thanks to Lucky and Al here and everyone on the ground, to VIP, Ripple, to Taran and everyone that's made us so welcome here. I'll leave you for now. See you at the trophy ceremony or next time on ECN. For me, it's hasta pronto.
Okay, so you can come here now with the camera. There's music on it.
why I asked. Check. So most runs to kill. I don't know why it says that. Yeah, it's 6. I don't know why it said that. It's true.
official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Okay.
T20 Cup here in Poland. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. You can see we've got plenty of trophies and medals to give away, and we're very excited about that. Before we start, though, I do have to give a few quick thank yous. Firstly, to everyone from Cricket Poland that's made us so welcome. I know everyone that was on the European Cricket Series really enjoyed it a month ago. So to Tara and everyone that's made us so welcome, everyone involved in setting the ground up and making everything work, everyone that helped with scoring, obviously all the officials behind the scenes as well. We can't thank you enough. So big round of applause for Cricket Poland, the host of the Euro T20 Cup once again. I do also have to say on behalf of ECN, we are thrilled to be here. And on our side, we've got a smaller crew this year, but we're really trying to be innovative about the way that we're broadcasting the cricket. We know a lot of people love to watch European cricket. And so I think a big shout out goes to Lucky, who's pushing the buttons. You won't see him, but he's in the shed over there right now. Good on you, Lucky. And of course, Mr. Hollywood himself, Alistair, who has been managing the operation. So big thanks to you, Al. Also, I've got to say, this man was braving the conditions just like you guys. Behind the camera is Mr. VIP himself, Vipul. Big thank you. And Vipul, I don't know what you're complaining about. It seems beautiful out here. So absolutely magnificent to have some sunshine. Also, I've got to say a big thank you to a group of people that work very, very hard in tough conditions as well. It's a long weekend, and often they're put under scrutiny, but the game can't exist without them. So to all the umpires that were behind the stumps and to the side of the stumps this weekend, big thank you. Let's hear it for the umpires, everyone. And look, it's a great experience to be here in Poland. I've wanted to come for a long time. Finally, I've made it here, and I was really entertained. You know, I watched the European Cricket Series from afar, but I was also really fascinated to call Iceland for the first time, a team that I've followed domestically and with their international exploits over the last few years. Also to cover Latvia. We've worked with a lot of Latvians in the European Cricket Network over the years, and thrilled that they could be here once again. Lithuania, of course, I thought they were pretty competitive as well within games, couldn't quite get a win. But let's hear it for Latvia and Lithuania in third and fourth place. And obviously, we'd love to see them back here again at the Euro T20 Cup. But I know we need to get to the silverware, and we are going to start with the silver medals, and I'm going to jump over this side. Look, Iceland, I'll talk about you a little bit more in a moment, but I really respect the way you play. I know that it's a big milestone for you, making your first ever international final, and I think that you'd all agree that the cricket is going up and up. So I'd love for you to come forward one at a time, collect your silver medals. Let's hear it for Team Iceland. Congratulations. Here once again, Team Iceland in second place. More about them in a moment. And hope we can get up there for a European cricket series. No, we're this close. We're 12 hours from making it happen before, so let's make it happen again before too long. Now, we'll talk a bit more about them when the trophy gets handed over, but also I want to acknowledge the winners who went through undefeated. Please collect your gold medals. Team Poland, the winners of this Euro T20 Cup. Thank you. Well played. Okay, congratulations. Congratulations once again. Congratulations. So, we do have some individual awards again. We're going to try and keep it moving. I know that everyone's ready to party with summer here in Europe, finally here. But we are going to roll through, and we're going to start with the Best Batter Award. Are we going to start with that? We'll start with the Best Batter Award, and this man was an absolute beast. We did end up with 4 centuries in the series. Obviously had a couple to ice, and we'll talk about them in a moment. But with 2 centuries, including one in the final, there was no doubt the leading run scorer, and the Best Batter Award goes to Fahad Shakil of Poland. Congratulations, Fahad. I think he scored more runs this weekend than I have my entire life. Anyway, I also want to mention the Best Bowler Award. Now, this was really tight. It went to a countback, another countback. But, you know, when it gets academic, there can only be one winner, and that was the Professor, David Cook, from Iceland with 6 wickets. Congratulations, David. Yeah, really interesting to see some spins, to see, guys not afraid to flight the ball, and I think obviously spin was a big part of your strategy, and obviously your bowlers came to the party with that. Okay, now we're going to talk MVP, and we're going to start with the MVP of the entire tournament. Okay, and this is based over the 7 matches, the performance, and well, this man's going to go home with a full trophy cabinet, because the MVP of the Euro Cup T20 in 2026 is Fahad Shakil of Poland. Before we get to the runners-up trophy, we are going to go to the player of the final. And of course, Fahad, you scored 100 in the final as well, didn't you? But guess what? This one's going to go somewhere else for 4 wickets and 43 runs. It's Mars Shaikh. Congratulations, the player of the final. Congratulations. Again, that one could have gone either way, but Mars, I think you bowled well. Obviously, you're a big player. 50 in the final 2 years ago. And you know what they say, good players, they step up in the big moments. So congratulations for that. Now it's time for the runners-up trophy. And obviously, most of us have played cricket for a while. We know what it feels like to come second, and it's not the best feeling at the time. But I think that with time, you look back at the whole tournament and you'll realise that you played really, really well. Obviously, it's an honour to make your first ever international final that nobody except this group of players will understand that feeling. And you're paving the way for the cricketers of the future. I know that you're working very, very hard in Iceland to grow the game. It's nice to see new teams popping up, and I hope it continues that way. Like I said, I hope to spend some time in Iceland before too long as well. So congratulations on your performances. Obviously to Akshay for his century yesterday, to Asif for his century today. I think all round the enthusiasm and the team spirit is there, and they're the things that carry you to finals and to trophies. And as long as you keep that and as long as you foster that, you're in great shape. So I'd like to invite Dushan Bandara to come up and collect the runs-up trophy on behalf of Team Iceland. Congratulations. Let's hear it again for Team Iceland, second in the Euro T20 Cup 2026. Well done. Okay, now, I tell you what, we need to get our helpers here because I think we need someone to grab the table. We need these strong men over here. Maybe you can get rid of this table. There we go, because it's going to get a bit chaotic here, I think, in a moment, because let's talk about the winners. And look, it's never easy defending a trophy. And I think Poland found that out last year, where it took a really gutsy performance over Iceland in your last game to defend that trophy and actually did that on net run rate. So obviously that was a bit of a reality check. You knew that every year the competition's going to go up, the standard's going to go up, and you have to go up with it, otherwise you fall behind. But I just think the sign of a good team is when you get yourselves out of tricky situations. You had a bit of a... You probably gave up too many runs to Lithuania last night, but you found a way out of it, ended up with a comprehensive victory. Early in the final, you're actually behind on the percentages for a while, but again, you found a way ahead, and essentially teams that can do that, they have success, and so it's no coincidence that you are the winners. So Taron, if you'd like to come up and collect the trophy, and in fact, maybe everyone would like to come up, because it's time to hand it over. Let's hear it for Team Poland, the winners of the Euro T20 Cup. Come up, let's go. The winners of the Euro T20 Cup in 2026, Team Poland. Thank you very much to everybody again. See you in Iceland. Absolutely wonderful to see everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I wish you all the best for the rest of the season. Hopefully see you again. Congratulations. Congratulations. Well done, guys. Thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. Really well done. Well, there's a bunch of winners here. I'll leave you with it. I'll see you next week on ECN. Good night.
Okay, I'm going for the first one. Alistair, I'm going for the closure. 1, 2, 3. Done. Good job. Yes, done. That's good.
How's that like a good, eh?
Yeah, all good. I end the the stream quickly because I don't want any voice to catch up.